Waiting for all of the board members to get online so that we can begin our meeting. But I like it that you're quiet.
Found this. I had to get on to get on. I have to get on it too.
You just let me know when you're ready.
It's emailed this morning. That's the best place to find out. Well, it's, I have the agenda. So use the email. Try to get on Zoom.
Just let me remind you that if you're going to be commenting on an agenda item on the agenda, do not talk about that during public comment. Okay? Public comment is just about something that is not on the agenda. All right? Good.
Yeah, then she'll promote you. I got it. She'll do it. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and start.
Are you ready? Everybody?
You can go ahead and start like second.
Okay.
You can make me, you can promote me to a member as you do, so go ahead.
I can't promote you.
Well, but.
Yeah.
she'll
Okay.
do it like lightning fast.
Okay, I want to call the meeting of the Cambria Community Services District Board of Directors to order. Today's August 14th, 2025. The time is 10:03 a.m. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think we have some echoes. Matt? Oh,
I think.
yeah. I'll wait.
There
It's okay.
All about this?
And it has nothing to do with his gray hair. Mine. Mhm.
By the time we get to the end of our terms, we'll have this figured out.
I know. Is everybody ready? Okay. We have established a quorum. We have all five directors here today. And I'd like to ask Mr. Carmel for his report from closed session at the previous meeting.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President. The board held a closed session at its July 31st, 2025 special meeting for a performance evaluation of the general manager under Government Code Section 54957B. No action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. President's report. I will not be giving a report today because we have lots to do. So, thank you. Agenda review. I have a request for agenda review that we take after public comment. Yeah, after public comment that, maybe even after public safety, but, public comment for sure. We will, take agenda item 7A, which is a public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 38, 2025, approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026, and reserve for encumbrance fiscal year 2024, 2025. Is that okay with all of you? Okay. Anything else that you'd like to move? All right.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
I'm going to suggest that we, once we arrive at regular business, that we discuss item 6E first.
Six. Six what?
6E,
E.
since I believe that's why a large number of people that are in the audience are here to address.
Okay,
Immediately following.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Right. Okay, let's go to board member communications. Do any of you have anything you would like to communicate? Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I'm going to read my little statement here. So I think most of you know, hopefully most of you know, that right up here at the corner of Cambria Drive and Main Street, it's known as the Cambria Peace Corner. You're probably aware of the fact that there's over a dozen pickets created by the youth of our community up at that area that reflect positive qualities of the nature of humanity. So at one point for a number of months, there were these heart-shaped creations, about so high off the ground, that had peace symbols on them, along with a much larger sign that said Cambria Peace Corner. So around 6 weeks ago, someone removed the smaller peace symbol signs, and 3 weeks ago, someone stole the Cambria Peace Corner sign. So while it's easy to understand that someone might be in disagreement with the protests that take place at that location, including every Friday afternoon, that doesn't give someone the right to steal something that is not theirs, especially as these signs and symbols reflect the idea of peace on our planet, a quality and ideal that we should all be aspiring to, no matter what our particular political or other viewpoints may be. So I just want to say that it would be nice if the same person who anonymously stole these signs would return them to the Cambria Peace Corner. No questions asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And just, I have to make a shameless pitch for the work party Saturday morning, since I see so many of my friends out there. My friend Marvin Josephson is leading a ice plant removal work party on the bluff. And if you want to come out for the probably best workout of the week, if not the best workout of the month, yeah, come and join us starting 10 o'clock this Saturday near the arch bench on the along the bluff. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Thomas. Any other directors? Nope. Okay. Then let's go ahead and go to public comment. I have this nasty thing here. It's called a timer. Each person gets 3 minutes. So when you start talking, I will go ahead and start the timer. And if we get to a point where it's close to 3 minutes, I'm going to ask you to summarize. So don't think that I'm being nasty to you. It's just the nasty timer. The other thing is can you turn me up? Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I think that'll be it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with public comment. And I don't know the order that these came in on, so I'm just going to start at the top of the the top of the pile. Okay, this is Susan Mackey. Okay, let me find your.
Thank you. I requested that the board consider adopting a resolution opposing recent ICE raids in California, the wording for which I adopted from California Senate State Joint Resolution 9, and asked for it to be considered on today's agenda. You all, as elected members of the CSD board, took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. You, President Scott, declined, saying, "Under my leadership, the CCSD Board of Directors will not voice political opinions as part of a board meeting agenda." None of the other directors responded at all. This is not a partisan political issue. This is a human rights and public safety issue. Not to take a position is to take a position in favor. Silence is assent. Your oath supporting the Constitution requires you to defend our basic governing principles. We stand at a moment of opportunity to speak up for human rights and the American Constitution. This is our opportunity to speak up against secret police thugs acting under color of authority, masked and unidentified, kidnapping community members and disappearing them to other countries and to American concentration camps. Other communities are taking action. Alameda rejected a contract for ICE surveillance. Culver City is actively pushing back against these raids. This is not a partisan issue. Hundreds of Cambrians took to the streets to protest these raids and other actions of the federal administration. Cambria's district staff, who are represented by SEIU Local 620, will appreciate your support for SEIU's statement condemning the detention of SEIU President David Huerta. Showing our community's rejection of these secret police activities is important, even in our small corner of the world. I ask you, President Scott, the board, and General Manager McElhaney, who swore the same oath, to put this item on the next agenda and take action as soon as possible. Thank you. We will now read it into the record, beginning. Whereas California is home to more than 10 million immigrants, the nation's largest by population and proportion, including over 2 million undocumented residents, who enrich our communities, strengthen our economy, and contribute to the cultural and social fabric of the Golden State. And I yield to Susan Mackey.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs.
Whereas immigrants are deeply rooted in Cambria as a community.
Excuse me, can you say your name and that you're a community member?
Oh, Susan Mackey. I've lived here in Cambria for 15 years.
Yeah, we keep track of this, so.
Okay, sure. No problem. Whereas, I hope I get my time back. Whereas immigrants are deeply rooted in Cambria as a community, Cambria families and workforce. And whereas deporting a parent or family member has serious detrimental impacts on children, affecting 3.3 million mixed status families in California. And whereas since June 6, 2025, United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, along with armed federal agents, conducted military-style immigration raids and arrests at work sites, homes, and public spaces, creating a climate of fear among immigrants, dropping their children off at school, going to work, attending faith services, seeking medical or emergency services, or shopping for essential needs. And whereas since June 6th, 2025, more than 330 people have been arrested in the indiscriminate raids at work sites, homes, and public spaces across the county of Los Angeles, and dozens more people have been arrested across San Luis Obispo County, as well as the counties of Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura. And I yield to Julia Snander.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mackey.
Morning, I'm Julia Stannard. I live here in Cambria. Whereas while conducting immigration raids and arrests, ICE, Customs, Border Protection agents sealed off entire streets with the assistance of local law enforcement, and the California National Guard utilized unmarked armored vehicles and conducted warrantless raids in a militarized fashion in indiscriminate manner, sparking widespread panic, fear, and terror among immigrant workers, families, and communities. And whereas the recent immigration raids have been heavily militarized, including the unconstitutional detention and arrest of residents without due process, disproportionately affected communities of color, separated families, undermined public safety, and trust in the local government, and deterred families from accessing healthcare, education, and emergency assistance. And whereas members of Congress were denied access to conduct oversight visits at the federal B-18 detention facility and ICE processing centers to inspect the conditions of detention, despite their right to do so under federal law, and attorneys were repeatedly denied access to people who were arrested during the indiscriminate immigration raids and arrests. And whereas the unconstitutional immigration raids and arrests quickly prompted tens of thousands of community, labor, faith protests in multiple locations, including Cambria. From 2017 to 2019, I was a director on the San Simeon CSD board. When sworn into office, I pledged to uphold and defend the Constitution. The directors of the CCSD also pledged to uphold and defend the Constitution. Among this, adopting this resolution is their duty. Also, as written in the CCSD Strategic Plan Vision Statement, CCSD will follow the highest level of safety policies, procedures, and regulations to protect our community. Please honor this commitment.
Thank you, Ms. Stannard. Okay, so can I call people in order now, or is there a certain? We're not. Oh, okay. So tell me your name, please.
Good morning, Donna Williams. I live here in Cambria. Whereas the protests were overwhelmingly peaceful, with demonstrations exercising their First Amendment rights to oppose the Trump's administration's mass immigration raids and to stand in solidarity with immigrant families impacted by these federal actions. And whereas during the course of these protests, Service Employees International Union, SEIU, which represents Cambria's district staff in SEIU Local 620, California President David Huerta was injured, arrested, and detained after federal authorities alleged he was obstructing enforcement activities, while union representatives and community members assert he was wrongfully arrested while lawfully observing law enforcement. ICE has become the biggest police force in this country, governed almost entirely at the discretion of President Donald Trump and his allies. This federally backed secret police has employed tactics that have terrorized communities, trampled on constitutional rights, and eroded local democracies. We, American citizens, stand at a moment of moral crisis in our great country when masked agents snatch folks off streets in the name of the state, when they snatch them in their homes, at their jobs, or in their places of worship. It is incumbent upon us, we the people, to stand up and say this is wrong. For better or worse, what makes America special is its legal system that is supposed to protect minorities from the tyranny of the majority. We are in a human rights crisis and a crisis of democracy itself. None of us can do this alone. When we stand together, we have a community, we have support, and we can bring about change for good. I yield to Gail Stevens.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Hi, I'm Gail Stevens, a resident of Cambria. Whereas the immigration raids and arrests consist of potential violations of constitutional rights, including raids and arrests conducted without warrants and using racial profiling. And whereas despite clear evidence that local authorities were fully capable of responding to these events, President Trump unilaterally deployed 4,000 California National Guard members and 700 Marines over the objection of California Governor Gavin Newsom, with President Trump's stated intent to crush dissent and further intensify and militarize immigration raids and arrests. And whereas the federal escalation appears to be part of a deliberate strategy to provoke chaos, suppress and criminalize dissent, and terrorize immigrant communities across California and the nation. And whereas President Trump's administration has signaled an intention to intensify nationwide immigration raids and arrests, creating an ongoing threat and danger to Cambria families. Whereas multiple elected officials, religious groups, labor unions, and advocacy organizations have denounced the mass immigration raids and pledged to protect and support immigration communities. And whereas immigrants play a vital role in stimulating Cambria's economy as workers, business owners, taxpayers, and consumers. Their contributions boost county and local economic growth. And I yield to Diane DeMarco.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
My name is Diane DeMarco, and I've lived in Cambria now for 22 years. Whereas immigrants help power San Luis Obispo County and Cambria's economy, immigrants make up nearly 1/2 of California's agricultural workers and fuel key local industries such as construction and hospitality. And whereas California's immigrants contributed $8.5 billion in state and local taxes in 2022 and play a vital role in stimulating the state's economy. And whereas on June 12th, 2025, President Trump announced that changes were coming and that, quote, our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good long-time workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace, end of quote. But on June 16th, 2025, the United States Department of Homeland Security and ICE told staff that it must continue to conduct immigration raids at agricultural businesses, hotels, and restaurants, creating a whiplash of confusion that continues to wreak havoc on our economy, agricultural industry, and small businesses. Now, therefore, be it, and I yield to Kelly Teven.
Thank you, Mr. Marco.
Morning, my name is Kelly Tevan. I live in Cambria, and I'm happy to join with everyone here today as we engage in this exercise of representative democracy. I will read into the record 3 of the 6 resolutions we present today. First, be it resolved by the Board of the Cambria Community Services District that the board hereby strongly condemns the mass immigration raids, targeting of immigrant workers and families, and the militarized federal response in California. The board denounces President Trump's deployment of military forces to suppress community protests and engage in immigration enforcement operations. Be it further resolved, this is number 2, that the Cambria Community Services District stands with immigrant families, workers, and community leaders, and will not tolerate the terrorizing of our neighborhoods under the guise of enforcement. And be it further resolved, third, that the Cambria Community Services District rejects the criminalization of peaceful protest and reaffirms constitutional rights of all residents to organize, demonstrate, and demand justice without fear of violent retaliation. Three personal comments before Richard Hawley will present the three further proposed resolutions. One, I am here because of the principles of my faith. I must speak up for justice. Two, I will reiterate that this is not about politics. It is about keeping our community safe and about protecting constitutional rights, period. Three, I just reread this book from 1960, Black Like Me, by John Howard Griffin, about the lives of Black people in the Deep South in the United States. Sadly, its reporting is all too relevant today, right here, and throughout our great country. A brief quote about justice. The author wrote, in Atlanta, I had a long talk with Reverend Samuel Williams in his living room, a forceful man, but quiet, of fine intellect, professor of philosophy. I spent years, he told me, studying the phenomenon of love, and I spend years studying the phenomenon of justice. At base, they are years of studying the same thing. That is what my faith teaches me. Thank you, and I yield to Richard Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Teven.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawley.
Thank you. My name is Richard Hawley. I live in Cambria for the past 53 years. I have some comments I'll make after I read the three final resolutions. Be resolved that the Cambria Community Service District Board affirms its commitment to safeguarding the rights and safety of all Cambrians. The rights and safety of all Cambrians, regardless of immigration status, by upholding the fundamental principles of equal treatment, due process, and civil liberties under the law. And be it further resolved that the Cambria Community Service District Board supports the expansion of legal services and emergency response resources to protect workers, children, and families affected by immigration enforcement. And be it further resolved that the Cambria Community Service District confidential administrative assistant transmit copies of this resolution to the President and Vice President of the United States, to the Secretary of State, to the Secretary of the Treasury, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to the Majority Leader of the Senate, to each Senator and Representative from California in the Congress of the United States for appropriate distribution. So my comments on all this is it's no time for this community or the board of directors of the Cambria Community Service District to sit on the sidelines and watch this travesty happen to our country and to our community. You, as leaders, elected leaders, need to protect us. And this resolution goes to that effect. It's not appropriate to hide behind, oh, this is political. We can't do it. It's no time to hide behind that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawley. Is there someone who is supposed to come next? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to other public comments then. Ms. Dickinson.
Turned my slip in way later. My comment would be related to what Ms. Amadei will be speaking on. And so I would ask that Ms. Amadei be given the opportunity to speak because part of my comment will relate to that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I definitely will do that. I just don't have any of that information here.
That's okay. Thanks so much.
Sure,
Call me.
sure.
after.
So I think Miss Amadei needs to come up.
Can I speak on the subject? The subject, the ICE subject? Before you start on another subject? Start comment.
Sure. You guys need to get yourself organized.
I just wanted to say that I'm Claudia Harmon Worth, and I've been in Cambria for nearly 40 years, not as long as Rick. I just wanted to give you a little personal anecdote. Beautify Cambria's Dark Sky Initiative arranged to have solar telescopes at the fair. And we pulled out because there were so many ICE people around there that the fair's numbers were cut in half. It was devastating to the fair, you know, that they start working right after the fair to do the next fair. And so this is a huge event for the community, for the Central Coast, for California, for people from all over who come to that fair. It is an educational event. It's fun, but there's a lot of things about the fair that are really important to our community. And to stop people from coming to an event like this, to me, was a travesty. And it's just one example of the things that have happened on our Central Coast, where people are frightened to do something because they're frightened that somebody's going to come and take them away. One other quick thing, a friend of mine is a worker, has been here for 25 years. One of his kids is going to Notre Dame. He's an absolute doll in this in this community. Everybody loves him. He does a great job with what he does. And he's just now getting his citizenship. Kind of shocking because he's been here so long. But I think that sending somebody like that back to Mexico, where he hasn't been for most of his life, would just be a horrible travesty for our town because he does so much for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthen. Okay, I'm just going to ask this. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this issue? How about we? No, we've already had you come up and do public comment. Are you speaking to this issue? I think we need to just take the people that have already, okay. Yes, go ahead, Margie.
Thank you. I put 2 in so that I could talk briefly about this.
Thank you.
I'm Margie Perez Sesser, and I leave my name Perez because I wanted, when I was a teacher, for my students to know that I'm Mexican American. And when I was growing up, my mom was really strict about not speaking Spanish in public. She was really worried. She was nervous. She was always making sure that we were protected. And I always thought she was old fashioned, and I thought that were silly ideas. But now with what's happening, that Spanish speaking families are getting plucked off the street. And even we are a tourist town, and I wanted to address the fact that just recently a tourist from Brazil was whisked off the street. So I don't think this is a political thing. I think that we need to address the safety of the tourists who come here, the families that live here, the people who are the gardeners here that provide services, and that are families that pay taxes, and they're here. And they're getting arrested when they show up for their immigration hearings, which is really scary. So I'm hoping that we can declare that Cambria is a safe place for families to be, no matter what their status is. And we need to think about, are we keeping families safe? And right now, it doesn't seem like our country is keeping families safe. So I'm hoping that you make the decision to keep families safe by making sure that we are a sanctuary town, as is the rest of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I would ask that people don't applaud. Raise your hand and then we'll know you're applauding. It makes things a little difficult with the taping. I'm gonna go ahead and start with Julie Amadei. Thank you.
Thought we'd bring a little humor this morning. This is my construction truck following me to all of you this morning. Julie Amadei, Skate Cambria. A pleasure to be here. A very important day. An important day for the children of our community and recreation. In April, you came to us responsibly, respectfully, and said that you had a number of concern with contingency. That number was $329,000. And you gave us 6 months to do it. I'm here to tell you this morning we did it in 4. I'm super proud.
Okay,
Our
I'm gonna
team.
let everybody. Yeah, don't start talking until the clapping's done. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to our volunteers, our sponsors. The list is too large for me to even begin with. Our Skate Cambria core team, to the board. Thank you from here. I'm going to have Dick Clark come after me to go ahead and talk a little bit more from the fiscal agent side. But this morning is to let you know that we're ready to go to RFP. We're proud of that. We're proud of working with the district. We want to get this done. We've shown you our commitment to be able to fundraise what you requested of us. So from Skate Cambria, we've done it. We're asking you now to come this way and get it over the finish line. But the concrete truck, it's ready to go. Yeah, thank you. And lastly, we have another event coming because we've done 41 fundraising events in 5.5 years. 41. And for those in this community that have actively been involved in them or just attended them, again, thank you so very much from all of us at Skate Cambria. The next one coming up is September 7th because we're not done yet. We're done in all the fundraising, but I respectfully also understand that continuing to bring funds in is a good thing. The event is set for September 7th, 10 to 3 at Napomo. This is an honor for us. It's a memorial event that's been put together for a skater who passed away last year. And being done at Napomo Skate Park is very special. Take a look at the details because there's a lot of sponsors behind this event and all the funds the parents have elected to come to Skate Cambria. So it's far and wide. It's not just Cambria, it's the Central Coast that knows about this project, that supports this project. The funds that have come in, I'm not going to do all the math, but I know it intimately. On top of what we've done in fundraising to get these numbers to where it has been requested, there is a maintenance fund. And again, I'll let Dick come behind me to talk about all those numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
Dick Clark with the Cambria Community Council. I've been a resident for 26 years. I would like to notify the directors and the district staff that the council is holding $603,515 for Skate Cambria. This does not include the funds raised last weekend from movie night. Our funds are held locally at either Mechanics Bank or Edward Jones. We are in the process of moving the majority of funds to an account at Edward Jones that has a money market rate of approximately 3.67%. This will generate over $1,700 per month in additional income for the skate park. And the skate park maintenance fund, we started with $62,000. It has now grown to $66,653. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, Ms. Dickinson.
Thank you, Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I would, first of all, I have 3 items here. I really would like to applaud the efforts of Julie Amadei, the skate Cambria team, the volunteers, the community, and the donors who ranged from anywhere within our community to Los Angeles to Canada, with huge amounts being donated and little amounts. But this effort was like nothing I've ever seen. I've had to raise thousands and thousands for protests, Prop 218, but this was huge. We were never confronted with 329,000. And to get it done in 4 months, I've lived with a motto: where there's a will, there's a way. And let me tell you, these folks had the will and they found the way. Bravo. Bravo. So the second item is on the ranch. And I would like to say that I'm very disappointed with comments that were made at the Finance Committee on August 4th by the general manager.
Ms. Dickinson, this is an agenda item.
What is on the, what does it say, and what agenda item do you have?
It's 6E.
What does it say? It's actually an agenda item
Yeah.
on the ranch?
It says discussion to appoint an ad hoc committee to recommend to the board a clear scope of maintenance responsibilities for the fiscal.
Well,
ranch preserve.
okay. That's taking up my time. An ad
fine.
hoc committee doesn't relate to what I was going to say. You have a
Well-
whole host of people here now.
But
to
we
talk.
also have it on the budget, so.
You know, you just can't win with this CCSD. You can't win. No way. So I would like to ask then too, why was the general manager at the Coastal Commission meeting sitting there in the audience for about 8 or 9 hours yesterday on an item that had nothing to do with the CCSD? It was a community involved, 60 letters sent on the Sherwood Drive property. What was he doing sitting when he should have been at maybe Main Street at his office? This is what we've got? I mean, really? So I'm going to tell you today, I am sick and tired of coming to these meetings, making my comments regarding the evaluations of there's now 3 this year for the manager, and I'm done. I've told you everything I need to say. You, board, need to show some action as to how this town goes forward, because the threat to FFRP made by the general manager that the next action he was going to take was for the board to go to LAFCO, or him to go to LAFCO regarding the FFRP. It is shocking. I want to thank the folks who got up here to discuss and their resolutions for a resolution for ICE. I totally support them. And I'm an immigrant, but I have white skin. Okay. That's the difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dickinson. Okay. I have a list. These are several things for the ranch, and I'm thinking that really needs to be talked about when we get to those agenda items. That what everybody agrees with? Okay. Okay, Mr. Nixon, you have something, is there something that you wanted to speak to other than the ranch? Okay, thank you.
Can you move up for all these people?
We've already done that. We've already done that, so, yeah. Cat McConnell, what? Okay, but the ranch is it's on the budget too. No, but we'll talk. Either that or the budget. And those are the first 2 things that we're going to take. So, yeah, okay. Okay. Is there anyone else in-house that would like to speak to public comment? Yes. Oh, that's right. I have your second one. Okay.
My comment is to what Julie Amadei talked about, was the skate park. First of all, I want to thanking the board members, Michael Thomas, Deborah Scott, Perry, and Karen for being such great supporters of Skate Cambria. You were at our events, you donated, you helped, and I want the community to know that we did have your support. And I am so proud of this community that they stepped up. We had people of all ages helping us to reach this goal that seemed impossible when it was presented to us. So thank you to the community and thank you to the board. We are ready to go. We're so happy. The kids are excited. Those of you who were there the other night saw some of the kids. My little granddaughter said, "Finally, Gigi." I mean, we're so excited. So I just wanted to say this. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. That's by Margaret Mead. And that includes all the people that are here to support your endorsement of keeping this a sanctuary city, and also about the ranch of preserving what we have. So these citizens that are here today, we are all so lucky that we have such a caring community. And thank you for being a part of it.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else under public comment in-house? Okay, how about online?
No.
Okay. And I just want to say thank you for all of you being here and for your very important words. We appreciate your involvement. Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead to let's do public safety because we have people here who need to do their reports and then need to go back and do their important job. So let's start with the Sheriff's Department report. This is agenda item 4A. Nope. Okay. Let's do agenda item 4B then, California Highway Patrol report.
Yes, we have Ryan Armstrong online.
Oh, wonderful. Hello, Officer Armstrong.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. The Highway Patrol has nothing to report today.
Did he say he had no report today?
Yes, so he's available for questions.
Okay. Okay. Does the board have any questions for the officer? No? Okay. Any public comment on this report or any questions? No? How about online?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Oh,
Nothing to be sorry about. Yes, officer, thank you so much for being here. I realize that what I'm about to inquire about probably has more to do with Caltrans than it may have to do with you, but there are folks in the community that are seriously concerned about speed limits here in our town. And that just doesn't include the residential and commercial areas, but also on Highway 1. So how would the Highway Patrol, and I realize you can't speak to the CHP as an entity, but how would the Highway Patrol feel about potentially lowering the speed limit from Ardith Drive to Windsor heading north on Highway 1 to 45 miles an hour? And this is mainly due to the fact that many deer are being killed in that area. In fact, I saw one yesterday, and the results of what happened with pieces of a car lying on the road. So how do you feel CHP would approach lowering the speed limit that I and other people, of course, have suggested?
Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to speak on the Highway Patrol specifically, but I don't see why that would that's an obvious concern. I know my Commander Januso has been speaking with several members, and I know Rita is pretty active on that as well. So I'm not sure where they're at with that.
Did you understand what he said? Yeah, we didn't understand what you said, sir.
You can't hear me?
We just can't understand. There's a lot of interference.
Okay, I can't speak on behalf of the Highway Patrol in that matter. That is a Caltrans issue. I know my Commander Januso has been working on that with people. I know Rita's expressed her concerns as well with that. I'm not sure where they're at with that right now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Hey, let's go ahead. There's nothing online, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the agenda item 4C then, the CCSD Fire Chief Report. Chief Berkey, good morning.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the board, members of the staff, members of the community. This is the Fire Chief's report for July of 2025. So we had a total of 78 incidents in July, 1 false alarm, 26 public service assists, 2 hazardous conditions, 49 medical emergencies, and 0 fires, which is always a good thing. Comparison information, we served 55 of our residents. We had 16 of our non-residents. In comparison to July of 2024, we ran 65. So again, we're kind of steadily climbing again. The year-to-date total for 2025 is 626, and the year-to-date for 2024 was 559. Moving on to our training that we've done this month, the crews have done this month. They've focused on driver operated training, defensible space or defensible driving, off-road, four-wheel drive, backing operations. Just as you know, we live in a unique topography out here, and so they need to train on that as well, not just highway driving. They also did forcible entry, mobile attack, and progressive hose lays. Those are wildland techniques for wildland firefighting. For public education, I wanted to kind of talk about our neighborhood liaison meetings. They continued. We did a handful of them so far. We're still scheduling more for the other areas. So if you haven't had one in your community area yet, they're coming. And so far they've been very successful, I would say. We've had great attendance, and this is all due to the community's response to that. And the liaisons have been doing a great job of getting the word out and talking to everybody and bringing everybody together in emergency preparedness. So I'm very proud of that. And again, hats off to the community and their involvement and their willingness to show up to these meetings and really pay attention to really take that step forward in preparing our community. Another topic I wanted to mention really quick, hopefully you guys have seen, we started out sending a fire department letter. And that's just kind of to piggyback onto what General Manager McElhaney has done in just creating a little bit more transparency. We just wanted to get a little bit more information out to our public about what specifically the fire department's doing on a monthly basis. And we're not just out fighting fires constantly, as you could see, but we also do a lot of behind the scenes work. And so we wanted to kind of get a little bit of that knowledge out. And if you have any questions or, comments on that report and you want to see something different, let me know. We're happy to adjust it and add anything that you'd like me to put in there. But we just started it this month, so it's a work in progress, and I'm pretty excited about that. Moving on down to public service. So we did 12 business inspections, residential defensible space inspections. We did 14, and we had 6 smoke detector changes. That concludes my report. I'm open to any questions.
Yes, board members, do you have any? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott, and thank you, Chief Berkey. What can you tell us about the collision on the first page of your report?
So that collision was up in San Simeon, and it's an interesting photo because we've had an extraordinarily high amount of traffic accidents up in the San Simeon area that we've been first on scene to. And so that's not our primary response area. That's typically what an area that CAL FIRE responds to. As you know, CAL FIRE has a much larger mission when they're talking about the service that they provide. We've that's an example again of a vehicle accident where multiple people were injured, and our engine was first on scene. CAL FIRE wasn't here yet. They were, I believe, at that point they were in Cayucas. And this isn't, I definitely don't want to talk bad about our neighboring agency here. They absolutely provide an essential service to our area. However, they have a bigger mission. And matter of fact, with the Gifford fire that's going on over east in North County area, they're dedicated to that. They're out there working and fighting that. And so our engine 3466 has not been here for, I don't know exactly the dates, but it's been about a month. They haven't actually been in our area. They've been out to a different spot. We do have a cover engine here. Most of the time that's from the Fresno area. Sometimes it's from other areas in our county. But that's just a kind of a point I want to make as far as their overall mission, their overall goals. It's not just Cambria specific.
Thank you. Yes, Director Dean.
I just wanted to say thank you to you and your crew and everyone else involved in these neighborhood meetings. I attended the one at the top of Lodge Hill and found it very informative and got a lot of response from the people who attended, and talked some of the people who didn't show up there into doing the next one. And they were very pleased with all the information that they received. So I just wanted to thank you and everyone else involved in doing these neighborhood meetings for all the valuable information that you're giving the community.
Thank you, Director Dean. And that what you just mentioned is the most important part. If we can spread the word to those that aren't able to make the meetings, if we could take the time to get that information to them. And if they can't make the meetings, then we have the information available to them. So I appreciate what you're doing. And again, it's not we're maybe trying to light the fire, so to speak, but it's really the community that's coming together, and they're the ones that are making this happen. So hats off to them for sure.
Any other board members have questions or comments? Okay. How about in-house public comment? Yes. Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, thank you. I just have one question. There have been comments posted on social media about the fencing interfering with wildlife corridors over at the firehouse. Can you explain just how you're accommodating the deer? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the project has been well underway now for the fencing, the security fencing that's around the area. And they've done a great job of maintaining that open area that goes from behind our station over to the church area. So there isn't that walkway is still open. There's been rumors that it was closed or was blocked off, but that's not the case. And on another point about the deer, we've had an unusually large amount of deer in that area. I don't know, it's because if we clean that area up or whatever, but they have definitely not dropped off in attendance in our fire station, and our firefighters will attest to that as well. So
Thank you. Anybody else in house? Public comment on this agenda item? Okay.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I think what shocks me as I walk the ranch and as I drive by, I walk the West Ranch mostly, drive by the East Ranch. And when the weeds are higher than I am, what kind of message does this send to our town when these weeds have not been cut down and yet people are being fined after July 1st if they have not taken care of their abatement issues? Our CCSD has not taken care of theirs in a large, I've never seen it look this bad. I mean, I can't, now we've got, a notice from FRRP about a mountain lion seen on the fire, was evidence on that fire trail. So I walk the fire trail, the bluff trail, and the ridge trail. The ridge trail, it's so bad. It is so bad that you can't see if anything is coming through there. Nothing. It is dangerous. And if anybody were to just ignite something, boom. So while they take care of 100 feet from where the homes are from the ridge trail, from that trail, yeah, but the rest of it is just ready to be, I mean, it's a disaster. And that is not, I mean, that is not being responsible. And when we see the fires, the Madre and the Gifford fire, good gracious, come on, let's get our act together and protect our town. Thank you.
Thank you. My timer is broken. Uh-oh. Okay, I have Vice President Thomas, who is going to be my timer. Yeah. I might have just pulled it out of its socket or something, but it's okay. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Just one moment. Any other questions in-house? Public comment? How about online?
No.
Hey, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Berkey. Okay. So I think we'll do the budget first. Yeah, okay. So let's go to agenda item 7A. And I'd like to open the public hearing. And Mr. McElhaney, could you present this agenda item?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you. Agenda item 7A, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 38-2025, approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 and reserve for encumbrances for fiscal year 2024-2025. The Board of Directors approved the preliminary budget for the 2025-2026 year on June 12, 2025. This fiscal year final budget includes the same revenue projections and expenditures as we have previously discussed. In addition, the final budget consists of the reserve encumbrances for fiscal year 24-25 and for the 25-26 for the general fund and enterprise funds, which are shown in the table below. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Fritz.
Thank you for that introduction. Hold on, my computer's a little bit slow. Thank you. This is the final part of our budget process, as you all know, and the preliminary budget was approved. And in this budget, you will see the encumbrance roll forwards for the different departments representing the capital projects that were not complete during the fiscal year. And nothing has changed in regards to the preliminary budget that was approved previously. So with that, I feel like I would like to take questions from the board about the final budget.
Do I have questions or comments from the board members?
And I would like to say in the narrative, we did make the changes that were discussed during the preliminary.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that we did a really thorough review, not only of the preliminary budget, but also the final budget during the finance committee. And we had a lot of people at the meeting, which was great. Also, we have two relatively new committee members that got real specific with the fourth quarter expense report and then how that affected what we did with the budget. So they did a great job. Just wanted to let you know that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, President Scott. I'd like to comment on something the public may not have noticed, but it's been an issue for me for the last couple of years. This is I don't know if it's the first year we've done this, but we actually have all the budget narrative and all that material as part of the final budget as well as the preliminary budget. So it makes it easier when people go online to the website to see the budget. They'll look at the final budget. They have all of that information, including the overall, the combined budget, which is the how much money we actually spend when you've taken all the fund transfers and everything out of it. And it's I mean, this is I really thank you for doing that because it's a little bit extra work. I know, but it's very, very great for transparency in terms of what the public sees.
Probably a lot of extra work.
Yeah, a lot of extra.
Oh, you're gonna fix my machine? Okay.
Yeah, so the new information for the final budget is starts on page 75. With the reserve presentation, which is estimated since we haven't completed the audit for 24-25 yet, as well as you can see the projects that we're being asked to move forward on page 77.
I'm trying not to bump into them under. Okay, any other information, any other questions or comments from the board members? Yes. Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. A couple small items, and I have to sit back. Is the audio okay?
Is that? Whoever has.
So, yeah,
So.
move it over here. Testing. So on page 249, and also on page 250, small items, but in the narrative, it's discussed that the projects were approved by the Resources and Infrastructure Committee, and I believe that should be recommended or endorsed. Yeah, 249, it's the very last line, the last bullet.
Was that your comment?
That's-
Yes, the general manager already pointed that out to me and that we will change it for
Okay,
the.
great.
Yeah.
Paragraph there.
Mhm.
And I'm confused about the allocation of overhead to the water department. This is on page 275. I apologize for being choppy, but it's a lot going on here. So on page 275, down towards the bottom, it looks like, the first line of where it says WRF fund cost allocation. It looks from the overhead allocation worksheet that we have on page 293, it looks like the first line should be the 306. And it looks like the overhead allocation charged here, indicated here for the WRF fund is actually the amount that is allocated to the wastewater department. So it looks like we just have a
Yes.
couple of cross-wired.
Yeah, the general manager pointed that out to me as well, and I just got some of the descriptions, but the numbers are accurate, so I'll be fixing that for the final one as well.
Great. Hadn't heard, so I just thought I should bring that up. Thank you very much. Yeah.
That it?
Thanks. That's all for now.
Any other board member comments or questions? Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you. Thank you, President Scott. I just want to briefly comment on a couple of items, well, more than a couple of items under the Water Reclamation Facility Enterprise Fund, and some of the, how can we say, projects that are on the horizon over the next, I can't necessarily say how many years with regard to the WRF. And I just want to express my ongoing frustration with the amount of money, including the annual loan that we're paying to the bank so we can buy it back from them. Like I said, I just want to express my frustration at the cost of this facility to the ratepayers of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Former. Anybody else on the board? Okay,
Sorry.
yes, sure. Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And just wanted to check, is my coffee and water bottle in the way of Director
Not now.
Gray's? Okay. Push forward. Also, on page 275, the debt service listed as a truck and pickup it appears to actually be the water meter replacement project.
What page?
On page 275, category 70, debt service, where it says interest, truck, water department, and principal, pickup, water department. You notice 125,000 would probably be substantial for the principal for a pickup truck. It looks like from the debt service sheet, it looks like those are actually for the water meter replacement project loan that we voted on, I believe, last year.
Yes. I mean, when these accounts were created, they were very specific. And so I'm working with the general manager on if I want to keep them more vague, just using principal and interest instead of creating a new account for every project. And so just thinking ahead and long term, so we haven't made that change quite yet. But I don't want to make changes without thinking about the long-term ramifications as we keep, potentially borrowing things. So it's more of a chart of accounts issue of description. But it is a principal and interest payment for the water meter loan
Thank you.
project.
Okay, anything else from the board members? Right. Now I have a question. So the people who want to speak to the ranch maintenance issue, do you want to do that during the budget or do you want to do it during the ad hoc, assigning the ad hoc? Then let's do it right now. Okay.
I have a budget, 7A.
Okay, so we're not done.
On the budget.
We're not done yet. I haven't stopped.
This is very confusing.
Yeah, it is confusing. Okay, so let's go then. And Kitty, you want to start?
Budget.
That's where she wants to speak.
Oh, the budget. Oh, okay.
I can handle it.
Cake waiting for us. Like
Okay.
motivation here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. I'm Kitty Conley, Executive Director of Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. 5.5-year resident. I'm here today to raise some serious concerns. First, the current condition of the ranch. After a year of contractor cutbacks and chronic understaffing, the impact is clear. In my July survey of the ranch, I found more than 36 hazardous trees that pose visitors at risk, trails that will be impassable again this winter, fire breaks that have been reduced by half, fields overrun with flammable weeds, and diseases spreading unchecked through the pines. Facilities and resources staff simply can't keep up, not with all the extra work they've been given. They need help. They need outside help. The truth is the funds CCSD has allocated are not enough, not even close, even with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve contributing the work of 1 full-time staff person and 4 times CCSD's contracting budget. CCSD has a legal obligation to maintain the ranch and it needs to fulfill that commitment. But what's even more alarming is what was announced at the Finance Committee meeting on August 4th, that CCSD's management is exploring the idea of giving away ownership of the ranch. And not just the ranch, but the community park, the skate park, the trails, all of it.
The ranch was fought for by the people of Cambria. It belongs to this community. Giving it away is the exact opposite of what has served us so well for so long. We'd rather see a cooperative effort to care for the ranch, not threats and not divestment. Rest assured, FFRP will continue to support ranch operations, but CCSD must do its part as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kong. Okay, so if you want to, if you want to speak to the budget, then please, sir, what is your name?
Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
My name is Jose Luis Sanchez, and I'm a board member of FFRP, and I'm also a local realtor here. So I work, live, and play here in Cambria. Despite how CCSD management may frame it, the ranch isn't a burden. It's one of Cambria's greatest assets. The Fiscalini Ranch Preserve isn't just a scenic spot. It's part of Cambria's identity and economy. Visitors don't come here for the nightlife. They come here, as you know, they come here to take a break from the hustle and bustle back home. They come here to breathe in the calming natural beauty that Cambria has to offer. Many full-time residents moved here for that same reason. I know I did. Fiscalini Ranch is at the center of this natural beauty. It adds intrinsic value and a quality of life unique to our little seaside neighborhoods. Some visitors end up moving here and becoming new residents. These tax dollars, they fund essential services. But that all disappears if the ranch is neglected and run down. Neglect isn't just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Overgrown trails become hazards. Unmanaged brush and fallen trees become fuel, and the fire danger becomes real. If people no longer feel safe walking the ranch, or worse, if a disaster strikes, Cambria's charm vanishes overnight, and so do the revenues. A decline in the ranch's condition could hurt property values, damage our reputation, and dry up income that the community depends on. Are we prepared for that domino effect? Does this CCSD board want their legacy to include the deterioration of Fiscalini Ranch that we worked so hard for? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez. Okay,
So can I, this item?
well, we have other people who are coming up. Please don't speak out. If you want to be recognized, if you want to be recognized, please raise your hand because other people are up at. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
morning.
Diane Anderson, and I'm a citizen of Cambria as well as the chair of the Friends of Fiscalini Ranch Preserve Board. I'm here to speak about the finances of the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve and to clarify some misconceptions. Some have suggested that FFRP could take over running the ranch, but our finances are structured very differently from what that would require. First, FFRP manages its funds to uphold a long-term permanent responsibility known as the conservation easement. That's why we maintain an endowment, a kind of savings account that's meant to last in perpetuity. And it's taken us 25 years to build this endowment. Currently, about 1/5 of our funds can be invested and the earnings spent, but the funds themselves cannot be spent. And then around 3/4 of our savings are managed in the same way, while 5% are held in a rainy day account. Each year, we draw from investments at a careful and limited rate. Forever is a long time, after all. Second, our income is unpredictable. Don't confuse our funds with our annual income. Last year, 70% of our income came from bequests. By definition, those are one-time gifts. Most of the rest came from donations and memberships. We have good years, we have bad years. 3 years ago, our funds dropped by nearly 1/4 when the stock market fell. In recent years, we've been fortunate to receive some major gifts, most of which have gone directly into ranch projects. But none of this is guaranteed. FFRP receives no public funding, no tax revenue, no allocations from any government source. Still, we contribute significantly to ranch operations, often more than CCSD does. Last year, we contributed more than $1 million to ranch projects. It's taken FFRP 25 years to build up our savings. Legally, our only obligation is to the conservation easement. But we go further because we care deeply about this land and seeing it thrive. We would really appreciate it if the property owner, CCSD, would meet us in the middle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Be a resident and member of the board of directors of FFRP.
Hello, Mr. Nixon. Welcome.
Thank you. I want to clarify what the conservation easement says and what it doesn't. The easement was developed jointly by CCSD and FFRP's predecessor organization. It clearly assigns all legal and financial responsibilities to CCSD. FFRP is under no obligation to fund ranch operations. That's because at the time the ranch was purchased, FFRP had no funds. Funds they had went toward the purchase. All their remaining funds were just toward that purchase. There's no mention in the easement of FFRP managing the land. What is clearly stated are CCSD's financial responsibilities. Yes, the 86-page ranch management plan mentions 3 times the possibility of FFRP taking over part of the ranch, but it never describes how that would work. Does it come with tax dollars currently supporting operations? Does it include CCSD staff, labor? The fact that this idea wasn't developed shows just how unlikely it was. No one even outlined what it might look like. And with good reason. As Diane Anderson explained, FFRP's finances just can't support ongoing operations. Even today, FFRP has no consistent or continuous revenue stream. However, FFRP contributes substantially toward ranch contracts for ranch maintenance and improvements. In 2025 alone, FFRP has budgeted more than 4 times what CCSD has toward outside labor, not counting staff or volunteer time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Okay, I have McConnell. Ms. McConnell, is that you?
I would be that person.
Okay, thank you.
Pat McConnell, former CCSD board member and current Santa Barbara resident. Honorable members of the board. The history of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve is one of a small town doing its best to defend itself from outside developers. The gated community of hundreds of houses proposed by the developers had no planned evacuation route except up steep, twisty Ardith Drive or through Park Hill's limited access. The developers were also discussing a deal with the prior CSD management that would allow them to jump the water wait list, putting everyone else on the list back by decades. Although local residents' concerns caused the county to reduce the number of houses allowed, the developers refused to pay for a separate evacuation route that would tie directly to Highway 1. No one who has seen the devastation of the Palisades and Eden fires can pretend that thousands of people trying to get off the ranch through Ardith and Windsor during a fire would not doom everyone to burn. For this reason and for the impact to local water resources, the California Coastal Commission heard Cambria's concerns and denied the permit. The developer's response was to threaten to sell to someone who would put in the new road and build thousands of houses on the ranch in order to pay for it. Locals then contacted the American Land Conservancy to try to purchase the ranch. It turned out to be a monumental task, with people begging and raising money every possible way imaginable to come up with $11.2 million in less than a year. In the end, the money was secured. but at the very last minute, and there was no public entity, none of the local entities were available to take ownership of the ranch because there was no money left for maintenance. In spite of everything, it looked like the community had failed, that the development would go through after all, until the CCSD stepped up to take ownership and saved the day, promising to maintain the open space in perpetuity. The hundreds of residents who witnessed the acceptance of the ranch by the CSD board filled the Vets Hall with cheers. These 25 years, the community has benefited greatly from the unfettered access to nature and the draw to tourists as the Fiscalini shows up in countless travel guides, websites, and blogs as a public jewel along the California coast.
Ms. McConnell, as much as I love what you're saying, and it's great news to me, could you summarize?
One sentence.
Okay.
We ask that you maintain that legacy at its best for the safety and enjoyment of all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note.
Please don't applaud because it makes it so that her words can't be heard for the.
That was $11.2 million in 9 months, 25 years ago, when $11.2 million was big money.
Yeah. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Like I said, please don't applaud. Okay. Yes, this is good. Okay, the next person to speak is Tina Dickinson.
Thank you, President Scott. My comments are related to 6C, which is the budget, so it kind of got,
No, the
we
budget
strayed
is-
away.
No, the budget is 7A.
I'm sorry, 7A. So,
Are you speaking to the budget or are you speaking to the ad hoc?
I'm speaking to the budget.
Then go right ahead.
And on the budget, I had a couple of items. I would like to know where to find the revenue that the district receives when they rent out the Vets Hall. I would also like to see on the calendar or on the district's website when the Vets Hall is actually rented out. Doesn't have to give personal information, but that an event is being held, no matter what it is, from what time to what time. But where's the revenue from the Vets Hall? Because apparently it's getting rented out quite a bit. And we're talking about the concern with the general fund and blah, blah, blah. Well, I'd like to see where those monies are accounted for. And I'm sure that the finance manager has an answer for that. So that's a concern. Talking about revenue. The other item I've been noticing for a long time is the general manager just said it very recently about how the district provides clean, safe, and dependable water to drink for the citizens of Cambria or anyone in Cambria. However, what bothers me is the district just spending several $100s a month for bottled water to come to the various departments of the CCSD. So if the water is good enough for us to drink, the ratepayers, the constituents, why isn't it good enough for staff? And then you've got on top of that, the plastic pollution. If numerous bottles of water are being consumed by the district staff, where's the concern for plastic pollution? We're just adding to it, adding ratepayers' dollars to the budget, but adding then to the environmental concerns that we all have or should have. Maybe some don't have that. So I do have comments on the ranch, but that was under another item, 6E, right?
No, that is an ad hoc, and if you would like to speak during that agenda item, you may.
Okay, I will speak then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next person that I have is Susan Mackey. And this is on the budget. Hey.
Got it together finally. I'm Susan Mackey. I've lived here for 15 years. I go to the ranch every single day. And I have my ranch paraphernalia. And I support the ranch as much as I can. So I'm speaking about the ranch. Part of being a sanctuary is our sanctuary spaces in our community. We're a marine sanctuary. It would be great to be a people sanctuary. We are not seeing our working families in Cambria enjoying our public spaces as much as they were in the past. Is it okay for staff members to talk while I'm talking? Question?
At the end of the public comment, if there's an answer, they will let you know.
Oh, okay, great. Today was the first day of school. Some of us went to greet families as they dropped off their children. As you know, enrollment in our school is down. People are afraid to go to church. People are afraid to go to our public spaces. We need our families in Cambria to feel safe. The board and CCSD needs to protect our public community spaces such as the ranch and all who use them. They need to make a commitment to this ranch and all our community spaces. I got crying hearing that you may want to sell these spaces. I do not understand how certain pet projects seem to be pushed through, pun intended, such as the dog park bathroom at $500,000. And I looked it up and it said RFP is here, and then the space was blank. So I couldn't find out any details about it. And I didn't know about it until after it was built. The electric car charger that was moved from here to there just seems to be these things that pop up that are purchased, and then it ends up pitting some projects against others, such as the skate park and the ranch. These things, so the skate park was delayed. They were told they had to get more money. The ranch is now, funds are now being cut. There's discussion of, apparently, I just found out, of selling the ranch. I urge the board to communicate better with the public on these issues and to conduct a survey or hearing as to what our priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. Mark Larson, did you want to speak to this? Yes, there you are. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Mark Larson. I've been a resident of Cambria here for just about 10 years now. I'm also a lawyer, been a lawyer for pushing 40 years now, a former member of the FFRP board and a former chair of the organization. So I had every reason and no excuse not to go through the documents and find out what they can teach me. And here's what they have taught me. This relationship between FFRP on the one hand and CCSD on the other hand is a matter of contract. I have a copy of the contract right here. That contract establishes that CCSD is the ranch manager, unless or until FFRP decides it wants to exercise an option to become ranch manager. The FFRP hasn't exercised that option, and it's an option that belongs to FFRP, not CCSD. So the perpetuity of this process, its foreverness, potentially is limitless as far as we can see right now. The funding for the ranch is established by the budget, contains within it a critical shortfall. It's at your item number 0160338-02. And it says about 16,000 some odd dollars is going to be used for the purpose of maintaining the ranch. Folks, that's not enough. And I would dare suggest to you that any member of this board that votes for that budget to include that item is going to be violating this contract. That's a legal wrong. That's illegal. No one's going to come and arrest you as a result of that. It's not a criminal matter, it's a civil matter. But nevertheless, it would be illegal to just throw your obligations away, say, oh, let's vote for the $16,000 figure and forget the rest of CCSD's solemn obligations. That should not be happening here. There's another provision on the agenda about creating an ad hoc committee to decide or to suggest how the ranch is going to be administered going forward. Let me suggest to you that committee should not be adopted here. Instead, we should be following this contract. Should not be making up something wholly new and sort of seeing if it might work. Because we already know what works. It's in this contract right here. Obey the contract, adhere to the contract, do not breach it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't have any other slips. Is there anyone else in? For the budget? Well, are you going to speak to the budget then? Okay, yes, please come up then, Miss Dickinson. I mean, Miss Heinrichs, I'm sorry. You have the same color hair.
Excuse me?
Nothing. I was trying to
Christine
lighten-
Heinrichs from Cambria. Yes, we're talking about the budget and it's all about money and it's about cutting the maintenance budget from $50,000 to $15,724, a matter of some $35,000. A budget is the working document of what the board's true priorities are, what they're willing to spend money on. What I found in other parts of the agenda was that legal costs have been running very high. So far this year, the district has spent almost $150,000 just on its district counsel and one other law firm. There's probably some other law firms buried in there. Last year, the district spent over $100,000 on an adventure in fighting with the school board on legal costs alone. I haven't got the exact figures because, as I say, they're buried in various line items. Mr. McElhaney promised he would provide an accounting of that, but he did not do that. I support everything that's been said so far. I think that this has not been well thought out. Another line item that's in the budget is $1.3 million to operate the EWS, SWF, WRF facility, which is not operating, but there's a $1.3 million there. There's perhaps some fat in that from which $35,000 could be found. These budget cuts, and the same goes for the skate park, that Cambria simply couldn't afford it. Well, Cambria seems well able to afford a lot of other very expensive legal expenses and other line items. So I urge you to reconsider and fund this properly. And thank you, Director Farmer, for your defense of the ranch.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. My timer isn't working anymore. It blew a fuse. Oh, now it came back on. You have mine?
We can manage the timer. President
Okay,
Scott.
great. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in-house that would like to do public comment? It's on the budget. On the budget. Did you already speak?
But it was so confusing. Is about a 6 mile for budget. That's what I have. Budget. So I don't know where.
Okay,
So can I just go ahead and speak?
you're going to speak to what agenda item?
I'll speak on the one for the
7A.
people speak on the ranch.
7A.
Okay, this is so confusing. So Tina Dickinson, Cambria. others have said eloquently what I feel and have felt for a long time since this ranch issue came up a while back. But I would like to quote what the general manager said on August 4th at the Finance Committee meeting. Quote from the general manager, Mr. McElhaney, if we can't come to, oh dear, just a sec. If we can't come to an agreement, my next recommendation to the board will be to talk to LAFCO. That is the Slow Local Agency Formation Commission, to divest Parks, Rec, and Open Space. My comment to that is no general manager or board member has ever threatened the ranch before now, to my knowledge. I would suggest that so many things have occurred since April of 23 with the hiring of Mr. McElhaney in relationship to the spending of money, to what gets taken out, what gets put in. But we've gone from the school board, the SR4 well, that was about $500,000. He keeps finding things, now the ranch and the skate park, that are costing the ratepayers not just their rates, but raising hundreds of thousands of dollars in addition. Because he has something that he wants to change, whether it be legally or illegally. I think the gentleman who spoke before a few minutes ago, a lawyer, explained it very well. You have a legal obligation, board, and it's about time that you took that seriously, not what the general manager is trying to tell you to do, because we will end up in big trouble and what ultimately could happen. And I don't want to be the one to do this, but I've already looked into it, and that would be to recall this board. If you can't take care of business, we're going to have to find a board that can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Okay, anybody else in-house on the budget? Okay, how about online?
No.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is have the board members speak or ask questions, and then if the staff want to respond to anything, then you can do that. Does that sound like a good idea? Okay. Yes. Yes, Director Dean.
Okay, can you clarify for me something that I thought I heard at the Finance Committee discussion on this? So the $16,000 we're looking at, that is for the outside contract work, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the rest of that $60,000 was merged into the F&R budget for them to do their work as wage earners, as hourly basis, all of that. So that their work has not totally disappeared. It's just 16,000 is now contract labor, and all the rest of that money is actual labor from our F&R employees.
Yes.
So it's not disappeared. It
No,
hasn't disappeared.
actually, it's an extra FTE that got added at that time.
That's what I
the
thought.
last year.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So for clarification, the 16,000 is for ranch maintenance. It may include some contracting. Previously, we would budget anywhere between $50,000 and $60,000 for ranch maintenance, and most of that was taken up in contracting, which put us in a deficit year after year. So we decided to hire a third maintenance technician, which took over some of the responsibilities in contracting. Even outside the ranch maintenance, we were paying around $3,000 a month, as you know, for restroom maintenance. That was covered by that third FTE, along with some of the other ranch maintenance duties. Now, it doesn't encompass everything that we need to do on the ranch. Obviously, there's things like dead and dying trees that need to be fell that our staff just isn't capable of doing because it takes a very specialized individual to do that. So sometimes that generates contracting. And we've worked with FFRP on splitting some of those costs. They do a heavy lift on that, but the money is still being put into labor, if that makes sense, and more efficiently from a district perspective.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Director.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that because that was a question that came up for me about what we're actually spending on ranch maintenance, because it appears, I don't know, a couple of questions were asked at that Finance Committee meeting, I think, on this topic, which were actually pretty good. We have not ever done a detailed audit of our labor costs, or what actual our direct labor costs for ranch maintenance. I mean, we're out there a lot. I mean, I was out there, when the mountain lion was having her dinner and lunch and breakfast up there and our facilities and resources manager was up there putting yellow tape up and taking it down and a lot. That's typical. I mean, we do a lot of work out there that isn't really accounted for in a detailed way. And as General Manager McElhenney says, this 16,000 is it primarily contracting?
Primarily contracting and then obviously material supplies.
Right, it's materials and supplies, but it's money that is spent other than the time of our employees. The time of our employees is probably the primary means of maintenance there. So that's a good point for the public to understand. We're not cutting our maintenance budget of the ranch by 2/3. We're cutting a part of that budget, probably a small part in the big scheme of things. I do think it's a good idea going forward, and the ad hoc committee that if we do appoint one might look at this is to have a detailed audit of our labor, our staff time owing to the ranch. And just make another general comment too about things that are said about our policies, and I'm just not to make it this personal about the general manager, but it's often said that the general manager does this, the general manager does that. Everything that everybody's been talking about here in terms of the things that the CCSD is doing that they may or may not like are policies that are decided upon and voted upon by the board. The general manager can't do anything without the board's approval, essentially anything serious. And he's carrying out our policies. He will continue to carry out our policies. And if there's a problem with them, we are the ones responsible. So, we shouldn't personalize this about having the general manager being the focus of attention. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Director Gray. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. So I'd like to go back to what Ms. Executive Director Connolly was commenting on earlier with regard to how the ranch currently is not being maintained. She talked about 3 dozen hazardous trees, trails not being maintained. The weeds are so high they become a fire hazard. So I would just like to get some clarification as to why this situation exists on the ranch. And I want to preface what I'm saying, or let's put this way, preface whatever answer I receive with the quality of work that Facilities and Resources Supervisor David Aguirre does. He's a very hardworking and responsible person, but he's got a lot on his plate. And perhaps from what folks are commenting on, the ranch has suffered with regard to being maintained as a result. But I don't think that's any reflection on the sense of responsibility that Mr. Aguirre has for every duty that he has in his position. So I just wanted to ask, with regard to what Ms. Connolly pointed out, is that due to a lack of, how can I say it, a lack of us as the district not fulfilling our responsibility with regard to care for the ranch?
I think, Director Farmer, thank you for your question. I think it's a combination of a few things, factors. One, financially. 2, staffing. Some of what Mrs. Conley is talking about, I can't address it all as well as Mr. Aguirre could. He's really familiar with these areas. In the past, I think the East Ranch was mentioned. The entire East Ranch would be mowed. Mr. Aguirre stumbled upon some documentation that some of that is a sensitive habitat area that shouldn't be mowed. And so we're doing buffer zones. So that's why we're seeing a change on the East Ranch in terms of you're just seeing buffer zones of 100 feet. Other areas of the ranch, we do have dead and dying trees that are down. To get those trees removed and cut is thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So they are interior, they are hazard. We are looking to deal with them. As we know, we have the Forest Health Grant that we are waiting to kind of kick in, and we're working with the Fire Safe Council on that. And we hope to have some of these issues addressed fairly soon, but it's a work in progress. We also have equipment issues. When we talk about our tractors and our flailers that are consistently going down because of the amount of wear and tear we put on them, it affects our ability to mitigate some of these issues. And as President Scott spoke in the Finance Committee meeting, and we're talking about the ad hoc, the board has the option as we discuss it, do we need to do a budget adjustment to bring in a contractor to deal with some of that, or do we believe it can wait? We're also working with the fire chief to bring in some of our firefighters that'll be able to cut and down some of these trees. We have some excellent firemen who are well trained in falling trees. And so we're looking at potentially using that option because that's a training opportunity for them. So yes, we absolutely have work to do on the ranch, but we're trying to do it within our fiscal capability.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you brought up the possibility of members of our fire department taking care of the fallen trees and maybe some other items there. But I'd also like to ask you about what Mr. Larson said with regard to the contract, the document that he pointed out, and with regard to the obligation that we share with FFRP. Can you speak to that?
I've spoken to Mr. Carmel, and I'll probably defer to him on this one. We have the ownership of the ranch, and our responsibility is to maintain the ranch within our financial constraints. I believe Mr. Carmel might have a difference of opinion, but I'll defer to Mr. Carmel as far as the legality of our contractual responsibility, to spend ourselves into deficits. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Carmel.
Mr. Carmel?
Thank you, Madam President. The district's maintenance responsibility for the ranch, it's limited by the resources we have available. And that's determined in the reasonable discretion of the board. It's that simple. Calling it illegal, I think, is a mischaracterization. It is really dependent on resources and how you choose to allocate them. There is no definitive standard.
Thank you. Director, no? Yes, Director Farmer.
I don't think I have anything further to state other than I feel as if not being, let's just say, I'm not familiar with the contract that we share with FFRP, but I feel as if that could be a part of the conversation that we have, as opposed to developing an ad hoc committee, which is another agenda item. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott, and I thank you to the General Manager for many clarifying comments, and to the community, and ramble about a few things, but first to the comment from Director Dean regarding labor. As you know, I've got deep passion and commitment to the ranch in my volunteer role. I've been coordinating the invasive removal for years, and volunteering in all aspects. One of the things that started last year, after having Mr. Aguirre on board for some time, he mentioned, hey, we have a trailer. We can bring that trailer out close to where you're weeding. And truly, that did supercharge our ability to remove volumes of the invasive mustard. So that has helped. I got a comment from or a call from FNR this morning. Are you done with the trailer? And will you need it? And where will you need it next? So that helps immensely. And that's one example of the cooperation in terms of labor. Grand idea of getting a snapshot on that. But I can just imagine in that role of, in addition to doing all of our other work, now we have to log our time, and I've been a time writer in that role, but but be that where, well, that will go where it goes. The thought that this district would release Parks and Recreation and open space back to LAFCO just strikes a blow to my soul. Just that thought that we would consider that. If anyone thinks that we'll get a better deal, a better service from the county or any other entity than we do from this district that has, again, for decades, to me, we will get on track. We have to get on track. We've got commitments from what I can see on both sides to do the right thing, and I trust that we will. There were a few other things, but I think that's the main thing I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Thomas. I do have, would you like to say more?
Could I, Madam President,
Yes.
could I follow up with that?
Is it okay?
Because I would like to provide some clarifying.
Okay.
The term of dissolution, divestiture of Parks, Rec, and Open Space has come up a few times, and it's been slightly mischaracterized in terms of what I'm trying to talk about. So this is not a surprise to the board, because when we did strategic planning, this was discussed, right? And it's not something that we want, right? It's not what we want. But I would like to read a few sections from LAFCO, who did our municipal service review. And so what I'm saying is we need to address this in some form or fashion financially, or we will have to look, at least from a general manager perspective, I at least have to recommend to you, or at least bring up the subject of, can we continue to do this and affect our budget and continue to have declining revenues and reserves to puts us in a bad position as a community service district. So I'd like to go back to our sphere of influence review and talk about some of the things that LAFCO told us as a district. An ongoing challenge that the Facilities and Resources Department faces is limited funding for recreation, operation, and maintenance, which could conflict with the district's ability to provide adequate service. Over time, as the CCSD continues to maintain the Fiscalini Ranch and take ownership of more open space parcels with insufficient funding, the general funds for budgets for fire, facilities, resources, and administration will continue to decline and impact operation and safety. LAFCO determines that the CCSD has the capability to provide parks and recreation services where service is provided in the best manner possible within available funding. However, the district will need to identify a sustainable level of service with available funding into the future. They go on to state, CCSD appears to have inadequate revenue to provide for expenditures within its general fund. At the end of fiscal year 2021-2022, the CCSD had approximately 5.5 million in actual revenue and 5.988 million in actual expenses. Going on, LAFCO determines that the CCSD's net position has been decreasing at a rate of 12% over the last 5-year audited budgets, and expenditures have exceeded revenues within the general fund, primarily related to an increased responsibility within facilities and resources budget with no funding. With insufficient funding, the general fund budgets for fire, facilities and resources, and admin will continue to decline and impact operations and safety. So as a general manager, I'm talking to the board saying we have an issue. That is all I'm doing. I understand the passion with the community. I understand the passion for the ranch. But when we talk about operations and safety, that's the priority as a general manager within the district, to provide for operations and safety. So I'm coming to the board, as I did at the finance committee meeting. If we don't address this, then we will at least have to have the discussion at the next strategic planning meeting. Do we need to look at divestiture of Parks, Rec, and Open Space? I did not say I want to sell the ranch. I did not say I want to sell away the district. I'm saying I don't know how we continue to operate this way. Additionally, no one has an answer in this room that I have heard on where we take the money from. As we go through the budget, you will look at the Facilities and Resources Department, the fire department budget, and it is lean. It is lean. So you either take the money from the reserves and continue to deplete our reserves, or you lay off a fireman, there's nowhere for it to go. They're basically there's 25,000 in training, there's $20,000 in PPE, and then the rest is just operations.
Yeah.
So
So thank you. I am the chair of the finance committee, and something that came up during that committee meeting that I think is really important is the question was asked, is the ranch is it fire safe today? That, would you let me speak? Thank you. Is it fire safe today? And that question was posed to Mr. Aguirre and to Chief Berkey, and both of them said out loud, it is not fire safe today. So that is something that we need to make sure that we address. I will speak to other things that happened at the finance committee when we go to the ad hoc committee agenda item.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll go first. Just a brief comment. I don't know, sometimes when the general manager was saying, when he was saying that no other place to find the money, there was some flurry out there in the audience about people who have ideas. We all should remember, public needs to remember, and it's often not that well explained, that there is a very, very strong legal barrier against using money from the wastewater, water, and WRF funds, the enterprise funds, for general fund activities. Money can go the other way in the form of loans to these so-called enterprise funds, but under Prop 218, under a lot of law, we cannot spend that money on the ranch. And that's the key point for people to remember about that. But a lot of money has been spent in water and wastewater, but it's a different world legally of spending, and we can't use it for the ranch.
thank you, Director Gray. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you, President Scott. And yeah, the other thing I had wanted to comment on, yeah, and that's kind of speaking from the brain. I was really getting from the heart, but many of you know, I've been searching for, is there any way to have more funds for parks, recreation, open space? The support for the ranch. So honestly, I looked through this budget harder than I look for weeds on the ranch. And I cannot find anywhere where I say, yeah, where would it come from? There's no fluff. I've heard of a lot of claims, but from what I've seen from the homework I've done, I don't find any fluff. So it's not an easy dilemma. And I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Vice President Thomas. Yes, Director Dean.
I know we're not at the agenda item regarding the ad hoc committee yet, but it was mentioned that there's a possibility of a budget adjustment if for somehow money can be found. But the only way we're going to do that is to form an ad hoc committee that can work together with the FFRP to see where our maintenance is lacking, where we can come up and meet in the middle to determine exactly what is needed so that we're both in agreement. The purpose is for communication, for cooperation between us. So just for those who are criticizing coming up with an ad hoc committee, that is the purpose of the ad hoc committee, to be able to work together to come up with a plan.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready for motion? And should you close the hearing?
I haven't closed the hearing.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to make sure that there is no more public comment in-house or online.
No.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Director Farmer.
I just want to make a comment. I wanted to thank Ms. Connolly for her referencing the previous history of before the ranch was purchased. The Friends of the Ranch Land, the group that her and I were fortunate to be part of, and what it was that we were able to contribute and accomplish in saving the ranch. And I think probably her and I are the only two people in this room that are actually involved with Friends of the Ranch Land. And so, like I said, I wanted to thank her for giving us a little history lesson on that and with regard to ultimately obtaining the funds to purchase the ranch. And with regard to, I realized that Mr. Larson said there's no need to have an ad hoc committee. We have a contract. Perhaps part of the ad hoc committee duties could be to, examining that contract as fully as possible and coming to some kind of I think our main job would be mediation between the district and FFRP as to how to move forward with maintaining the ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. I think we're ready for a motion.
Make a motion. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I move that the board adopt resolution 38-2025 approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 and reserve for encumbrances fiscal year 2024-2025 with the corrections as earlier noted by Vice President Thomas.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
I'm going to abstain from voting on this budget. Thank you.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay, I'd like to close the hearing on agenda item 7A regarding the budget. And I would like to just do the agenda item 6E. And then we'll break for lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to thank the Pro Sanctuary folks for coming and speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6E, discussion and consideration to appoint an ad hoc committee to recommend to the board for a clear scope of maintenance responsibilities for the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. There's no direct fiscal impact at this time with the appointment of the ad hoc committee. However, establishing a clear maintenance scope would improve efficiency, resource allocation, and long-term budget planning for our Fiscalini Ranch Preserve operations. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
Yes, and I'd like to just, since we talked about this at the Finance Committee, I think Director Dean said it most succinctly, and that is that there has been a lack of communication between FFRP and CCSD, and not one or the other is at fault. But there have been monies that were left unspent because of a lack of communication. That relationship is hurting right now. And that relationship must be healed. And so that's what that ad hoc committee is going to aim to do. And who knows if it can be done. But obviously there are different opinions and different priorities. And so we need to sit down together and we need to figure this out.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, President Scott. You had a question on the scope of the ad hoc committee. Is it going to be getting into the subject of finding revenue or finding new sources of funding, or is it just going to be on the subject of allocation of responsibilities for maintenance?
I think recommendations could come out of it, but
On the revenue side too?
Right.
Okay.
okay. Any other comments from the board or questions from the board? I have talked with Director Dean, and she has been willing to join me in the ad hoc. And we definitely will rely on legal counsel too. So let me take whatever public comment there is, and then we'll go with a motion. That's what I'm doing right now. So public comment, please, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I think on this item, it is so incredibly important. It is in many ways the lifeblood. When you look at what was reported by a member of FFRP at the Finance Committee, what did she say? 440,000 they counted with the counters coming through the ranch in 1 year. That's more than Hearst Castle. When you look at the tourism dollars that brings, that to our shopkeepers, how it helps people with jobs in this town, it's huge. And so I would say that if you want to be equitable, you want to be fair, then why not have someone like Mr. Larson, an attorney, who's, I believe, on the FFRP board or associated with FRP or has been. Why not have someone like that be a part of the ad hoc committee? Not just CCSD. It's so one-sided all the time.
It's not just CCSD.
Well, all we heard were two names, your name and.
No, I said that we would be meeting directly with FFRP.
I know,
the
but-
leadership of FFRP.
Okay, but maybe it wasn't clear to the public how this would work.
Well, I hope it is now.
Well, maybe my bringing it up helps to make it clear then.
Thank you so
Okay,
very
I mean,
much.
it's confusing to me.
Okay.
And I really, really resent the fact that the public gets overlooked so much by this board and by the general manager. We are really not taken seriously much of the time, and it gets old. It's become way too old.
That's
But
not
all
part
of
of
these
this-
issues,
That's not part of this agenda item. So
I'm
please
talking about
speak.
this ad hoc committee and how I view this and my right to speak.
Yes.
My
please
right
do.
to speak.
Yes.
Deborah,
please do.
excuse me, Chair Scott. So I just can't even believe that we are where we are. If the general manager really wants to see a general fund, go back to December of 2015. There was $63 in the general fund. And when Director Gray announced the 4.3, Prop 84, $4.3 million, that's what saved the general fund, because all of it had been spent on the EWS, as has now almost 40 million on the WRF. And you wonder where our money's going and why you're broke? That's why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Ms. Dixon was giving me way too much credit. I wasn't a director and I didn't say the CCSD at the time. Right. But my announcement had nothing to do with the grant being awarded. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Yes, please.
Christine Heinrichs in Cambria. I reject the characterization of Fiscalini Ranch and the skate park as being the items that would put Cambria's budget into the red. That overlooks the hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on legal expenses, which I do question whether Cambria is in that much legal trouble. If so, perhaps that's something that deserves the board's attention to resolve these legal difficulties without these copious legal expenses. As Utilities Manager Green pointed out at the July 17th meeting, the cost of deferred maintenance is higher than carrying it out currently. Reducing maintenance does not save money. It costs the district money as conditions deteriorate and require more care when they are ultimately addressed in the future. Generous donors support Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, but those donations are not enough, and the pie for nonprofit donations is not unlimited. This is a place that deserves community support. It's an asset to all of us. It's an important habitat for Cambria's wildlife. I appreciate, Mr. Director Gray, that you don't see any possible fat in this budget, but I do see items that I seriously question, such as the recent $20,000, 250 three-year subscription to MuniWorth for additional financial planning on top of the $1,893 a month that the district is paying for management of its investments. This is not a hedge fund. This is a water and sewer district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Connolly.
Thank you. Just this morning, volunteers on the Fiscalini Ranch were denied access to water for a ranch project. So I'm really looking forward to better communication and collaboration between our two organizations because they're not good.
Thank you. Ms. Mackey? She had to leave.
President Scott, can I comment on that real quick?
Yes.
The denial of water for that project is there was a sign that was going to be put up in front of the wastewater plant. So as a staff, we want to make sure we bring that to you for approval. So that's just on pause until we can get more details on the project, work with Mr. Gary, and then eventually looking for your approval to put any signage up.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Mr. Gary helped us locate the place. That
Yeah.
Mr. Aguirre has been involved in this project from the beginning, and he went to the site and helped us locate where that sign would be placed. And it's not actually in front of the wastewater plant, but it's by the trail. It's a trailhead sign.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We have another public comment. This is Marvin Josephson. Miss, oh, okay.
My apologies, but I'm not well versed at public speaking. I'm more comfortable with friends while digging on the ranch with a shovel. Over the past 5 years, I'm one of a dedicated group, FFRP volunteers, doing invasive weeding and trail maintenance on Fiscalini Ranch. We are a group of young men and women from our late 60s to early 80s using hand tools, fighting off invasive weeds and doing trail maintenance. We have kept a reasonable lid on these things, but there's only so much that we can do. And by the way, my wife Debbie and I are handling this Saturday's invasive ice plant pulling party along the Bluff Trail from 10 to 12. So everyone here is invited to help or just come out and see what's being done by volunteers to preserve the ranch. The past funding cut of 70% for the ranch has resulted in a number of areas that have gone unmowed, as well as many uncleared down trees and poor trail conditions. These things were handled in previous years. This results in obviously a higher fire risk, but also these uncut areas enable more invasives to grow and spread their seeds. This is doing the exact opposite of what should be done. FFRP does not have the equipment or personnel to take care of this. Home sales and ownership are surely influenced by Cambria Village bordering this unique property of Fiscalini Ranch. 437 acres of open space, a forest of rare trees, numerous trails, wildlife, a dog park, and ocean views, all within walking distance or a short drive. Every property owner, renter, and visitor benefits from a vibrant and safe Fiscalini Ranch, as does Cambria's economy. Please take this serious matter under consideration. And I wanted to say, as far as funding goes, that if you look at your tax bill, your property tax bill, you'll see there's 5 line items on there that are specific to Cambria. And, you know, if funding is such a big issue, then will it be considered an assessment put on that tax bill? So every citizen, every renter, every resident of Cambria can continue to have and fund the ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Josephson. And does Mrs. Josephson want to speak? Okay. Because you both had slips.
Yeah, I'm Debbie Josephson, and I'm a 5-year, we're residents of Cambria. I'm a 5-year volunteer Wednesday weeder and sometimes on Saturdays. And I just wanted to say that the areas that of concern to me that have gotten much worse over this past year that are the Midden area, the Creek to Ridge, Santa Rosa Creek to Ridge area, and the Ridge Trail out from Huntington. All of these areas have an explosion of too tall grass. And so the weeds are, like my husband said, are allowed to grow. We cannot even see them. We used to be able to get to them. Now they're, buried in there. And it's a fire, all these areas are a fire hazard, these 3 areas that really concern me, especially the Midden, which is almost, almost at the houses in Lodge Hill. And if a fire were to start there, it would and go through the forest and instantly be right by the houses. So that used to be mowed, and we used to take care of the weeds there. So I'm just an appreciation that at least CCSD has had the tractor out to widen the trails, because there's, tall grass, as everyone knows, but you can't even, at least the ticks won't get on people because the trails are wide enough now. So thank you for mowing them, but I wish that the mowing would continue in these areas that I'm worried about for fire hazard mostly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Josephson.
President Scott,
Yes,
I could not catch the name. Was it Minden?
Midden.
MID.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't think there's anyone else that we have that wants to speak. Yes, sir. Did you want?
Yes, I would like.
Well, please do.
I did write a letter of support and gave it to Ms. Conley. My name is Tom Pope. I've been a member of this community for 13 years, and that's when I started working the ranch. Carlos Mendoza, I was walking off one day, I saw these people out there weeding when I first moved here. I didn't know who Carlos Mendoza was, but I saw the CCSD truck parked there on Marlboro. And I tapped on his window and said, "Hey, what do you know about this thing going out here?" And he turned me on to the whole scene of volunteers who work for that ranch. And there are enormous amount of people who do that. I would like to see the ad hoc committee fully represented by the members of the ranch and volunteers of the ranch, because we do physical labor for going in with CCSD, coordinating efforts where they cut down trees and chip them. And we have people there with wheelbarrows hauling those chips off up and down the trails, dumping them, and people spreading them. We do drainage control projects. We are involved in those. We are involved in planting. We're involved with taking out invasive species. We are involved in fundraising. We do pop-up tents down on the ranch where we make close to $2,000 on the average every time we do that. And we have to haul, I have to haul that. I work in the office and I work to haul all that stuff out there, work with the other volunteers to set it up, because we are working our tails off to make money for this ranch. I had a lady in the office the other day that came in and handed me $1,000 check as a donation to support it. So our community is 100% behind this ranch. Our community supplies a super large number of laborers available to coordinate with projects that CCSD needs to do. We'll give them bodies out there at no charge. Now, I have heard suggestions that you need to increase your labor force out there too. And I know that it has fallen down over the past few years. So I would encourage this ad hoc committee to be the place where we can work collaboratively to provide volunteer labor on the projects, and we're a part of those projects, so we know they're coming up, we know what they're gonna do, and we can get people up there to help them. So you don't have to pay salaries for people to do that. That's gonna save you money, which should go to the ranch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, anybody else? Public comment? Yes, sir.
How's it going?
Hello.
My name is Michael Castellanos. I'm not here representing the fire department. I'm on duty captain, so I'm here representing the union and a local resident. I've been here for 36 years. I'm raising my kids here. My parents are here, so I know all about the ranch, this community. Like I said, I've grown up on this ranch, even when it was private property. I went to school with the Fiscalinis, so I've been building forts there for a long time. First off, I want to say you guys are doing a great job. So thank you, board members. And I also want to thank Matt for everything he's doing. We, to my knowledge, this is the first time a union's been supportive of a general manager in our history of Cambria Fire. So I want to thank him for trying to run this like a successful business and find proper funding for all these special projects that we're doing. The second thing I have is to ask you guys where this funding is coming from, because to my knowledge, I guess what I'm asking is, besides the fire protection tax that's coming in, what other tax revenue is coming into that general fund that funds these special projects? Because to my knowledge, that when we get that tax money coming into that general fund, the fire department only gets around 70% of that. And from that, where is that 30% going? Is that going to fund these projects? So the other thing is, after we get hit with that 30%, if that's correct, we also get hit with an admin overhead cost of $400,000. So we get two hits, and we're always asking for money. And the money's there, to my knowledge, I see the money there. So I hope for future references, we could find proper revenue to fund all these special projects, because I do want the skate park. I skated my whole life. My daughters want to skate. I want the ranch. So let's properly fund these projects. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Castellanos. Okay, any other public comment in-house? Yes. Please come up.
Margie Predecessor, I just wanted to address what Michael just asked. We do have a $60,000 maintenance fund that is put aside for the Skate Cambria besides the money that we have to build the project. So thank you.
Good, thanks. Any other public comment? In-house? Online?
Yes, Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Dr. Bettenhausen?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to raise a question about an ad hoc committee. It's very unclear to me what constitutes this committee. Is an ad hoc committee of the board only the board members? And there will also be members of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve who are full members of the committee? Or some other alternative? It's very, very unclear at the moment what constitutes an ad hoc committee. And I would suggest that you amend the action to say consideration to appoint the CCSD members of an ad hoc committee to recommend, etc. Because this, if you don't say in the official action what the members of the committee, who the members of the committee are, you will not get an equitable participation by anybody other than the two CCSD members. So I urge you to take a look at this, because it's very unclear what constitutes an ad hoc committee of the CCSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. Do we have any other online?
Yes, Crosby and Laura Swartz.
Okay, the Schwartzes?
The yes, the Swartzes. This is Laura speaking. And I just wanted to bring up again in a little different way I agree that the Fiscalini Ranch needs to be maintained. I mean, a lot of people agree to that. The other thing, I'm going to go back to the California Coastal Conservancy donated $7.5 million to purchase the ranch. Okay, they've also given us a lot of other money for other open spaces here to be able to own. Okay, they are the sister agency of the Coastal Commission. Okay, the Coastal Commission is the one who is going to either give us a permit for the EWS or not. It is into the benefit of the board to treat these people right and to respect the wishes of the Coastal Conservancy that gave us $7.5 million for this and many other millions for the benefit of Cambria. If we respect them, there could be a lot more dollars to come to Cambria because they fund all kinds of grants, but we haven't been paying attention to that. Okay, the FFRP has funds. They have worked so hard to get those funds. First of all, before COVID, they used to have kitchen tours and the members there would open up their houses to have people traipsing in and out, looking at their kitchens, and all the money went to the FFRP. It's not, they have no other way of getting money except working for it with events. And they have donors. One of the donors gave them, I believe, like $3 million to defend the conservation easement. She is now deceased. So if you want to continue donations to the FFRP, you need to treat them right.
Thank you, Mrs. Swartz.
I'm not quite finished.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, that was my hesitation. And I guess basically what I'm saying is one organization, the FFRP, should not be responsible to take over the responsibility of the ranch because they're literally taking care of the ranch for the world. I mean, people come here and visit, the local people visit. There's people from everywhere that come here. The FFRP cannot take care of this place by itself. And it's really up to the CCSD to make a large contribution to that. There's so many work hours. That should be counted into the donation that the FFRP gives to the ranch is the work hours. Because if you go for a grant, the hours working is considered part of the application for a grant. So take all of the volunteer work into consideration when you're dealing with an ad hoc committee. That's kind of my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Swartz. Anybody else online?
Yes, iPhone 23.
iPhone 23. Okay. iPhone 23.
Hi, sorry, it's Christina Galloway from Cambria driving again, so I'm iPhone 23. I just wanted to say, I mean, I love the ranch. I basically moved to Cambria for the ranch. I fell in love with it when I was visiting Cambria as a visitor, as a tourist. And I think I'm a little confused because I keep hearing this, like visitors for the world. And like, I was a visitor, I fell in love with it. Oh, but I'm not hearing anybody talking about getting money from the tourism board. So, you know, I sat in on a tourism board meeting, last month, where they were going to give Dirk Winters $67,000 or $70,000 for buses because the Christmas market brings all these people, you know, many of which don't spend the night in Cambria, and arguably they do spend the night, you know, when they're going to do things like Fiscalini Ranch. And so it puts heads in beds. It's all over their marketing. It's clearly visitor serving infrastructure. I guess I'm just a little disappointed to keep like seeing these conversations back and forth, whether it's the skate park or Fiscalini, and it's like, there's only so much money there. Like, and then there's this pot of all this money. And I just, and maybe I'm wrong and I've just been in the wrong meetings, but I don't hear anybody talking about it. And I haven't seen an application into the tourism board to fund Fiscalini, you know, in any meaningful way that links it to tourism in the way that it's been linked in these conversations. So Yeah, that's my 2 cents from the road, if that's helpful at all. But so thank you guys.
Good point. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anybody else online?
Yes, Dennis Duchek.
Oh, Mr. Duchek.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. I want to add my voice to the support for the previous commenters for broad representation and making it clear who the participants are, inviting all the key participants, making sure that everyone who is actively working, has supported, and has an interest in the ranch feels that they have a voice in this ad hoc committee. I also want to, again, restate what others have said. Other sources such as the tourism board and others, and ending the moratorium and increasing revenues, those all need to be, I believe, part of the charge that this new ad hoc committee has, so that it knows that it's not just about dividing up the current pie, but making the pie bigger and making sure that everyone has a chance to eat the pie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ducek. Okay, anybody else online?
No.
Okay, what I would like to do is to have Mr. Carmel define what a board ad hoc committee is.
Thank you, Madam President. Under the Brown Act, Section 54(9)52, an ad hoc can only consist of less than a quorum of the legislative body, 2 members of the board. That's it. Now, they can collaborate with as many members of the public, other agencies, whoever they feel they need to collaborate with, but the committee itself can only consist of 2 board members.
Thank you. I wanted to underscore that so that people would understand and it would be more clear what an ad hoc committee is. The truth of the matter is you need to trust us to do what's right to make this work. And that's the main thing. And I would hope that I would have a motion to create this ad hoc. Yes, Director Gray.
Thank you. Well, thank you, President Scott. I also wanted to reiterate that my experience of ad hoc committees, standard procedure really, if any segment of the public has an interest in the issue, we bring them in as into the discussions. Done with the Vets Hall ad hoc committee, the Forest ad hoc committee, several I've been on. So that's standard practice here. And on that, with that understanding, I move that we form an ad hoc committee consisting of President Deborah Scott and Director Karen Dean to recommend to the board a clear scope of maintenance responsibilities for the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve.
I'd like to second that motion with the comment that as the person on this board who has read the conservation easement and the ranch management plan to the point where it's dog-eared and know it very well, and recognize that inherent having 2 hats on, I couldn't be more pleased with the selection of President Scott and Karen Dean to represent the CCSD on this ad hoc. I definitely trust the 2 of you, so I second the motion.
Thank you.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. And I would like to break now. We will come back at 1:15. Okay. This is the board meeting for the Cambria Community Services District. We are coming back into order. Do we have Mr. Carmel online? We wouldn't want to do anything without him.
Tim, are you there?
Okay. He shows. Okay.
District Council Carmel will be here in a second.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. And Director Dean has an announcement she wants to make.
I just wanted to congratulate our AGP guy, Jesse, for becoming a new father. Congratulations.
Great, okay. Oh. Okay, so let's go to our consent agenda. And is there anything that any of the board members want to pull off the consent agenda? This is agenda items 5A, B, and C. Nope. Yes.
Well, I'd like to ask about some of the items on the expense approval report.
Okay.
So on page 8, applied process logic. And let me see it. I'm going to find it here. Thank you. My apologies, I'm not on the correct page. Yeah. So if someone could let us know what that is.
Thank you, Director Farmer. The applied project, or excuse me, applied process logic is our like an ancillary IT team that has helped us shift from hard servers, which we used to have at the fire department, that hard Ethernet was run there, and it was a hard server, and every 5 years we would have to, update the software and the computer software, and we basically moved to a cloud-based platform in which we've cleaned a lot of our digital archives of files, to be more accessible for public records requests and, historical data. And we're organizing those in the cloud by teams. So we're using Microsoft Teams, and we've created several different teams within the organization. We have a fire department team, administrative team, grants team, water team, WRF team. I could go on and on. And then the process of creating those teams and then migrating the data over to those teams. So this is something that we budgeted for. The process started last fiscal year, and we're wrapping up this fiscal year.
All right, thank you. On page 10, CIO solutions seems like it's a little higher than usual. I'm sure everything that they've done to assist us is, definitely legitimate. But so what extra work has been done by them this past month?
So some of it is installation of phones and docking stations at the office. And the other is several purchases of new computers, because as we are transitioning out of the Windows 10 era, those laptops cannot handle the newest Windows. So now we're moving into Windows 11, and a lot of these computers that were basically just old computers that can't handle the new operating system have now been upgraded.
And if you look in there, it looks like I can see it in the next one too, the Corbin Willets, that August payments got posted in July. So that's actually 2 months worth of invoices.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I just noticed it.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing it out.
on page 16, excuse me, page 14, Muni Worth Innovations. So when I saw that amount of money, $20,250, I thought back to a previous agenda item that we had with them. This is the June 12th expenditure report, so to speak. It was also $20,250. And it was different in the sense that annual Waterworth software subscription was $10,250. This is for what was billed on May 27th. So like I said, software subscription, $10,250. Annual Waterworth software subscription for the water department. Oh, these are for the three different departments: admin, water, and wastewater. So one was 5,000, another one was 5,000. So the amounts, there's different amounts, but these are for a 3-year Waterworth software subscription, and the final total is the same thing. So here we have an annual subscription, and here, 2 months later, we have a 3-year subscription. So doesn't look like the annual subscription lasted very long.
So Director Farmer, we split those two costs for the 3-year subscription over the 2 different fiscal years. And so there was a public comment about MuniWorth. So they're not only doing our long range fiscal planning, but they're also doing our rate study and fee study. So it's all inclusive. But we split those 2 payments over the 2 different fiscal years. Am I correct in that, Ms. Fritz?
So it's a total of 40,000.
Okay, so there's 2 questions. You're saying split over 2 years. Yes, I think so, but I want to check on that total before I confirm that for you. I'll look it up right now.
Okay, if I could also ask on page 17, their SDRMA total is over $500,000. So could we have a brief comment on why that amount is so high?
So that's our yearly, every year at the July, we need to pay our property and liability insurance and our workman's comp insurance.
Okay.
So those are the 2 large payments.
All right, I guess that's fairly obvious there, isn't it?
No, not so.
And President Scott, yes, it is 40,500 over the 2 years. It was paid into fiscal, split between fiscal years, but it's for the 3-year contract.
Okay. So it's 40,000 for 3 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me just ask one more. There's probably more, but I'm just gonna. So right there at the end of page 17 and early page 18, SLO County tax collector. So budget allocation for CCSD, 45,000 and change. The LAFCO budget allocation for CCSD. So that sounds like they're giving us money. I mean, maybe I'm totally misunderstanding what this says here.
That is our yearly payment to LAFCO.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the language is confusing, but it's the description, which we often take off the invoices they send us, so that LAFCO allocates out their charges probably to every district that they manage. And so that is the CCSD's allocation for the fiscal year of 25-26. So we are paying LAFCO $45,000.
Right. Okay, I guess that's enough. And I would imagine that Vice President Thomas might have a comment or two on the expenditure report also. He often does, so.
Sorry to let you down, but it's all good.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else? No? Okay, public comment on anything on the consent agenda. I have 5A, Ms. Heinrichs.
That's okay. Farmer.
Okay, great. Okay, then do we have anybody online?
No.
Okay, nobody else in-house, right? Okay, we're ready for a motion. Yes, Director Dean.
I move that we approve consent agenda items 5A, 5B, and 5C.
I second.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay, let's go to our regular business then. The first agenda item is something that Mr. McElhaney should present.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 6A, I believe. Discussion and consideration to approve an amended project description for the water reclamation facility, coastal development permit application, and direct staff to file the amended project description with the County of San Luis Obispo. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. Costs for future actions related to this project have yet to be determined. We've been working in collaboration with county staff, our consultants, SWICA, along with biologists to work on our coastal development permit. And as we know, we're down to about seven to eight information hold items, which we've pretty much got wrapped up. And a part of one of those information hold items was the project description that needed to be amended to include the road improvements that are a requirement of the permanent permit for the coastal development for the WRF CDP. And so we hired our engineering firm. We've got those road improvements just about complete. We've added a small section into the project description. In addition, we cleaned up some of the diagrams. There was some old, Mr. Green can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's old conveyance piping and different things that were on those diagrams that weren't accurate to the current project's use. In addition, created some areas on the diagram that included where the ZLD will be located, the pad, the footprint, the brine storage tanks. All of that needed to be detailed in those diagrams for the county. We've done that. And so we are bringing it forward to you to adopt this amended project description. And when we meet next week to solidify the rest of the information whole items, we'll submit this as a package, as a whole. And per the county, if it meets their requirements, we will be finished with our information hold.
Good. Hey, board members, comments, questions? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott, and thank you, General Manager. Just a lot of small improvements that may have gone under the radar, but interestingly, as I was looking at the diagrams, the where it said source CDM Smith 2014 has been removed. Then I looked closer at the drawing. It's a new drawing, and each of those subsequent drawings is a new sketch that more clearly shows the components, the testing wells. So, in case you hadn't noticed, that's great. Small change. The hours of page 67 under the WRF hours of operation. The last version said it would begin in July. And that creates some consternation. Now it reads could begin in July. I think that was the original intent. Nice changes. Several others, but yeah, much clearer. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Thomas, and credit is due to Mr. Green and Mr. Reaper, who worked diligently. Also, Mr. Johnson, who worked really hard on updating these. It's a little more difficult than you would think to edit some of these diagrams, and I tried with my Apple Pencil, and then they laughed at me, so I let the professionals do it.
Any other comments or questions from the board members?
I think Vice President Thomas covered exactly what I was going to say about what a great improvement all of these diagrams are. Good job. Good job.
All right, we have some public comment. Ms. Dickinson had to leave. Is she online?
No.
Okay, she said it's not, she may or may not be here. So I have another one from Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, Christine Heinrichs in Cambria. Well, this journey on this application is long. Now, additional biological reports are again being done. I await them and the county's response to them. Previous one, citing two-hour observations per quarter, were never going to satisfy the requirement for baseline population data of threatened species. It's good to know that these documents are being combined and not being submitted piecemeal, as County Planner Jeremy Freund specifically asked the district not to do. The other problem, of course, is with this zero liquid discharge plant, which now it turns out that the example of success at Piru is no longer being offered to the district since the process failed at that site. It's now being, the example is now a pistachio field in Coalinga. That remains to be seen. While it's not a requirement of the CDP to consider the economic impact, it's certainly of interest to Cambrians and the board what these things will cost. The cost of storing the brine in tanks and then trucking it will, talk about financial problems with Fiscalini Ranch. That'll really be a shock to the district. That will cost millions. And we don't know how much zero liquid discharge will cost. Costs of that have been tossed around as between $1 and $3 million. So this is certainly something I think the board should take an interest in. I'll assume that the district has requested the 90-day extension that was offered since it passed the first 90-day deadline last week. And I just note again that the operating expenses for the plant, which is not operating, are in the budget for the coming year for more than $1.3 million. And I ask the board again to consider whether pursuing this project is the best use of Cambria's resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrich. Is there anybody else in house that would like to make public comment? About online?
Yes, Elizabeth Benhausen.
Okay, Dr. Bentenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 54, the evaporation pond is red. And it says that that's Title 27 brine evaporation. I don't get it. What is that? Because we aren't evaporating the brine in the pond. So please explain that.
Thank you, Dr. Bentenhausen. Would you like to do that, Mr. Green?
So yeah, it's just illustrating it as far as location for like general awareness. And when we reference that later and earlier in the document. So it's just a placeholder for that location. The county and the Coastal Commission are more than aware that we've had a cease and desist and that the Title 27 pond has been decommissioned. So again, it's just a placeholder for location.
Right, thank you. Anybody else online?
No.
Hey. Any other questions or comments from the board? Yes, I'm Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I just want to clarify, the last time this came up, a couple of months ago or a month ago, I voted no. And I'm probably going to do the same this time. I just, the idea, especially with regard to the zero liquid discharge and, accumulated costs with regard to this facility, I just can't in good conscience. And, in some ways, I'd like to see it ultimately get permitted. I guess we all would. just to see that process through to completion. But when I see the potential hours of operation and how much that would cost the district and therefore the ratepayers of the community, and obviously these hours of operation may never even happen. But I just, knowing how much money we've already spent on this facility and another roughly $2 million for the zero liquid discharge, I just can't feel comfortable in voting for this, even though I realize it's just for ultimate approval of the CDP. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
I do believe it is a requirement of the finance agreement that we do obtain a permanent CDP, and it remains to be seen, and it's up to the board how the facility is used in the future. But it is a requirement of the financing. I believe, and Mr. Carmel can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it was a requirement of the original emergency permit as well as the financing that we do obtain a permanent coastal development permit.
Thank you. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And similar comment, but a lot of us love movies with time machines. But the ability to go back to 2014, we don't have that capability. Before any investments occur, any proposals will come to the board. We're working towards getting a development permit. That's what this is about. A lot of concerns in the community about the viability of zero liquid discharge. I remain skeptical, but hopeful, and we're going to have our eyes open. So we will go into this with eyes open. But at the same time, we need to, this is one of the top priorities in our strategic plan, and we need to support it. Ready to make a motion if you're ready.
Okay. Yes, go right ahead.
I move that we approve the amended project description for the water reclamation facility coastal development permit application and direct staff to file the amended project description with the County of San Luis Obispo.
I'll second the motion.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
No.
President Scott.
Aye. Hey. Let's go then to agenda item 6B. This is introduction of an ordinance. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6B, discussion and consideration of introduction of the ordinance 02-2025, adding chapter 4.30 to the Cambria Community Service District Municipal Code, establishing cross-connection regulations and adopting by reference the State Water Resources Control Board Cross-Connection Policy Handbook, and setting a public hearing for September 11th, 2025 to consider adoption of said ordinance. Introducing and subsequently adopting the ordinance establishing cross-connection regulations and adopting by reference the State Water Resources Control Board's cross-connection policy handbook will not have an immediate fiscal impact. However, it is important to note that a significant amount of staff time will be required to enforce the ordinance over the long term. And with that, I'll turn it over to Utility Manager Green for any questions.
Mr. Green.
Great, I can touch on this a little bit too. So the State Water Resources Control Board is obviously the prioritized cross-connection control. So this is just an example of that trickling down to us here. Health and safety.
Was that a pun?
Was. Thank you. Very good. Trying to keep it light here. Anyways, so SLO County Health and Environmental are actually the jurisdictional body over that rules. So this is us working in collaboration with them and then submitting that to the State Water Resources Control Boards.
Hey.
Okay.
Questions or comments from the board? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, two small questions. on page 70, you know, the second paragraph from the bottom, second line from the bottom, where it says a copy of the cross connection control policy handbook is attached. I went online. That is a 90-page document. Is that truly going to be attached? I mean, is that 90 pages going to be in the municipal code or simply referenced? Because that, if it's attached, that sounds like a lot of pages. That's my first question. Should I one at a time?
Sure, yeah, I can respond to that. So it would be like a link or referenced in there, because that's available publicly.
Okay. Would it be better to say referenced, or is that worded copacetically?
Perhaps reference would be a bit more clear. I would agree.
And then on my other question is on page 75, the 4.30.040 backflow prevention. Yeah, and I agree. Backflow prevention, this is really critical to our water supply. So give this some attention. But that item 1, the middle sentence is, am I missing something where it says also shall be an approved manufacturer and model recognized and accepted by the district? I'm kind of left hanging, like, are we going, it doesn't feel like we've finished that sentence. I don't know. I might be missing something here.
I think it's kind of leading on from the initial part of that paragraph there. The prevention assemblies approved by the district shall be acceptable. And then, and also, so different manufacturers were kind of falling underneath that umbrella or subcontext there. Yeah, it's a bit clumsy, but I mean, it makes sense to me, but.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the board members? Yes, Director Dean.
The sentence that Vice President Thomas referenced, maybe it should say the backflow for prevention assembly shall also be an approved manufacturer and model. It's like there's something missing. There's a word missing there.
Yeah.
It's either that or that sentence needs to be part of the sentence before it.
Should add a preposition like from an approved. From, yeah.
We can rework that whole paragraph for context and applicability and to be a little bit more clear. So that's not a problem.
If I can interrupt, we need to do that now.
Okay, you're right.
Okay. So what should it say? Say that again, Director Dean.
Okay, so all backflow prevention assemblies shall be installed to the current district requirements and specifications and shall be from an approved manufacturer and model recognized and accepted by the district.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it?
If I can interrupt while we're here, the original proposed change, let's see, that's on in section 430.010. Last sentence of the second to last paragraph on page 70. Let's go with a copy of the CCCPH is available for review at the district administrative offices, and it's adopted by reference. If that's okay with Jim.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I agree.
These changes have to be made before introduction. So there we go.
Okay. Director Dean, did you have more?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Director Gray?
Well, if it's happy made before introduction, should we have Ms. Dodson read them, the changes?
That'd be good.
Or putting her on the spot here.
Thank you, Director Gray.
Yeah.
The one change on page 70 was the district's confidential administrative assistant shall maintain 3 copies of the CCCPH at all times in the district offices for examination by the public. A copy of the CCPH is attached as Exhibit A and is hereby adopted and incorporated into this ordinance as it is fully set forth.
Yeah, changing that. Yeah.
So for clarification, Mr. Carmel, the portion where it says attached as Exhibit A, we're changing that to available at the district office? Or am I mistaken?
Mr. Carmel, you're muted.
Since now reading it in context, the prior sentence says the same thing. We should strike that and just say the CCCPH is hereby adopted and incorporated by reference as fully set forth.
Okay. And then the second change is on page 75, section 4.30.040A. Only backflow prevention assemblies which have been approved by the district shall be acceptable for installation by a water user connected to the PWS. All backflow prevention assemblies shall be installed to the current district requirements and specifications and shall be an approved manufacturer and model recognized and accepted by the district.
That'll be
Shall be from an approved.
Shall be from.
and approved. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Nothing else from board members? Do we have anybody for public comment? If anybody online?
No.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Let me go back first. Let's see. Yeah, I move that we approve ordinance 02.2025, adding chapter 4.30 to the Cambria Community Service District Municipal Code, establishing cross-connection regulations and adopting by reference the State Water Resources Control Board's cross-connection policy handbook and setting a public hearing for September 11th, 2025 to consider adoption of said ordinance. And the ordinance incorporates two changes that were detailed in our earlier discussion. And do I waive further reading?
Yes, need to waive.
And we waive, and to waive further reading of the ordinance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Director Dean?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Vice President Thomas?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye. Okay.
I think one more action's required, that you set the
Oh.
public hearing for September 11th.
I thought I said that, but
Yeah.
Did
I
you?
believe
I think it
Yeah.
should be on record.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I can read back the motion if needed.
Just if it's included, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Okay. We ready to go on? Let's go to agenda item 6C. This is receive and file the fourth quarter budget report.
Thank you, Madam President. As stated, agenda item 6C, receive and file the fourth quarter budget report for fiscal year 24-25. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Fritz.
Thank you, General Manager. So item 6C is receive and file the fourth quarter budget report. These fourth quarter reports have only been done for the last few years, and they're helpful for us to get an understanding of where we end the year. I do like to point out that these are not audited, so they will be audited, and oftentimes there's some adjusting entries that need to be made. This also helps me do reserve estimates that are used in the final budget that you just saw. So there were two budget adjustments that were approved by the board during the fourth quarter for the EV charger and the EV tractor, which is parked out in our parking lot out there that y'all saw.
I was wondering if that was it. Yeah.
Yes. So those two budget adjustments are reflected in this report. And this represents all activity through June 30, 2025. And I have the ending where each department fund ended the year, starting with the general fund. we ended with a net income of approximately 543,000. The water fund ended the fiscal year with a deficit of 32,000. WRF ended, operations ended with a surplus of 449,000, and the capital outlay had spent approximately $69,000 during the fiscal year. And wastewater ended with a surplus of 579,000. The capital projects I have outlined here of ones that we have worked on. I'm not saying I don't, some of them were requested to be moved forward, but this is just an outlay of the projects that we were working on this year. And the CIP list in this report was updated to reflect activity through June 30. And with that, I think I will take any questions that you may have.
Board members, comments, questions? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And yeah, I didn't realize that we didn't have the 4Q reports years ago. And my goodness, when I've tried to look at the audited results and compare that back to the budget, my brain explodes. They're formatted differently. So it's super helpful because this looks just like our budget. So it's really easy to cross-reference. So I'm sure glad we have this.
And as I said earlier, our two newest finance committee members just went through this with a fine tooth comb. It was great. Did you appreciate that?
Yes, I always the finance committee. It's a good committee.
Yeah.
So yes, they're very helpful and interested in the details, and oftentimes help us, identify things that need to be changed or improvements. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm really happy about our new appointee for that committee.
They're very collaborative and helpful.
Yeah, they're neighbors. Okay. Anything else from the board members? Do we have any public comment on this agenda item? Do we have anybody online?
No.
Okay. We have a motion? Okay, Director Gray?
Yeah, thank you. I move that we receive and file the fourth quarter budget report for fiscal year 2024-25.
I'll second the motion.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Vice President Thomas?
Aye.
Director Dean?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye. Okay. Now we're on agenda item 6D, and this is a discussion of a will serve letter. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 6D, review and discussion of a will serve letter for minor use permit, coastal development permit, CDRC 2025-00020 Rosama. Maybe I got that right. There's no fiscal impact associated with that. The board adopted resolution 35-2021 on September 9th, 2021, for which the purpose of transparency require all of our will serve letters to come to you before the board for new projects on the existing commitment list, which include the grandfathered water meters and track 1804 to be brought before the board for review and discussion of the status of the project and any legal requirements involved. The residence is to be constructed at 6730 Catherine Drive. The APN number is 013-085-018. That's the property which is located within tract 1804 and has a grandfathered water meter. Accordingly, the will serve letter for the project is being brought forward for you and for review and discussion. And this will be one of the first will serve letters that we're issuing for new construction in the district as a part of those grandfathered water meters, which we have done in the past, which resulted in a notice of violation, which we defended with some legal language and letters that to the Coastal Commission that weren't necessarily answered and basically have been standing pat since a Supreme Court case in which the Coastal Commission lost that case. Now you're seeing which that case is attached here for your review, and I'm sure you've reviewed it. And so now we are bringing forward these will serve levers once again. And I'll turn it over to the board for any further discussion and questions.
Board members? Yes, Director.
President Scott, yes. This is probably for our council, Mr. Carmel, but if you could, it would be handy for us if you could succinctly describe what the legal landscape is now for these tract 1804 properties as opposed to what it was when we approved the Hadian and Bookout will serve letters.
The court's ruling in the Bookout and Hadian cases essentially affirmed our analysis of the fact situation here. In conjunction with this 1999 agreement with Cambria West and the court's ruling, the remaining lots in the tract essentially are in the same position. And if and when they do come forward for will serves, we would be highly constrained to do anything but issue them. Otherwise, there would be serious liability issues associated with that, and it would be truly problematic for the district from a cost perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. Yes, Director Dean.
And this item is brought before us for review and discussion, not for a vote for or against this. And the reason we're bringing these forward is because of the ad hoc committee's recommendation back in 2021. That ad hoc committee was Director Farmer and myself. And so I believe there's a specific number of the tract 1804 that we are allowed to move forward with per year. And I can't remember, Mr. Carmel might be able to remind me, was that 2 per year or 4 per year of track 1804?
4.
4? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I'd like to ask Legal Counsel Carmel, with regard to this agreement that the CCSD made back in July of 1999, could this agreement have been avoided, maybe pursued and agreed upon in a different fashion? I'm just curious as to how this happened, like 26 years ago. So we're still obligated to build homes, even though there's basically we're in a position right now where we can't be. Sorry, I'm spacing out here. Where we're unable to issue new water permits, yet we're obligated to, like I say, issue these will serve letters.
Well, I'm not privy, other than reading the cases, I'm not privy to the factual situation that existed back then. I know it predated the agreement by, I think, close to 20 years, the underlying facts, improvements that were installed by the developer, including the water system itself. There are a number of facts that come into play that led to this agreement, most of which I wouldn't be able to articulate today. But they led to the conclusion at that point in time from that board that this agreement would essentially seal up the liability issues associated with the tract. The fact that it's so old is a result of the fact that people haven't come in seeking CDPs to build single-family homes. My presumption is ultimately they will. These are obviously big and expensive lots. I don't know if it could have been avoided. It probably could have. I don't know at what expense, and it probably would have led to a series of litigation cases. But we're kind of left with an agreement that spells out very clearly what our duty is. That hasn't changed, and some of the facts that were being used to undermine the agreement were looked at closely by the court and dismissed as an abuse of discretion by the Coastal Commission, some of their contentions. So we're here left with that agreement and left with, I think, after this, I believe, Jim could probably correct me, 7 lots in that tract that ultimately will be in the same situation. I don't know how it could have been avoided or whether it could have been avoided, but we are where we are, and I don't see a lot of ability to change those facts without reopening the can of worms and expending more legal resources and staff time. And here we are. I don't know if I answered your question specifically, but I think what I'm saying is we're kind of stuck in this situation in terms of issuing will serves for the 1804 lots. And that's where, and it's actually incorporated into the LCP. There are a number of facts which underscore it, but that's where we are.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carmel. And I do recall many, many years ago actually reading up on this, but I don't have the world's best memory. So you did the best you can, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Director Dean?
It seems to me that there is an arrangement between the property owner who is developing track 1804 and the district that they put in the water infrastructure in exchange for those meters. And that those people who own those lots have been paying their bi-monthly water bills every month since then. So we are obligated as though they are wet users, I believe they call it. And is there actually 7 left or 5 left? Because I thought Haiti and Bookout were part of the 8.
There's 7 that remain.
There's 7 remain. Thank you.
Correct.
Board members? Okay. Let's do public comment then. We have Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, Christine Heinrichs, Cambria again. Yes, here we are again. This is the situation which we find ourselves, despite the fact that the North Coast Advisory Plan acknowledges that Cambria has a severely limited water supply that has long been recognized as inadequate to serve new development. That's from the October 1st letter of last year, and the Coastal Commission's determination that there were originally some 64 of these grandfathered pipeline projects, but there are no more such pipeline projects remaining today, which has now been settled in court. They didn't give us any more water. It's not there. So this minor use permit creates new construction, creates another difficulty for the district. The contention that the EWS SWF WRF will provide water to serve this new construction. We've just been through that. The doubtfulness of zero liquid discharge to allow that plant to function. And I just hope that that Cambria's lack of water to serve new construction remains at the top of the board's list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and this will be interesting, Mr. Broersma. How do you say your name? Broersma. Okay,
Broersma.
please.
Good afternoon, Ryan Broersma, current SLO resident, hopeful Cambrian applicant on this agenda item. I want to thank the board for their service to the community and thank the district for their continued support of the few families that have yet to build their homes in tract 1804. My wife and I have lived in this county for over half of our lives, with some of that time here in Cambria. 11 years ago, we bought a parcel of land in tract 1804 with the dream of building our family home and raising our son in this great community. In late 2019, after years of saving, we were just weeks away from submitting our minor use permit when the application of Al Hadian, another property owner in tract 1804, was appealed to the Coastal Commission and subsequently denied. However, shortly after the denial, our neighbors in tract 1804 filed a lawsuit against the Coastal Commission with the help of the Pacific Legal Foundation. On December 31st, 2024, SLO County Superior Court Judge Michael Kelly ruled that, quote, The Coastal Commission's erroneous interpretation of the county's LCP infected both its threshold decision to take jurisdiction based upon the flawed conclusion that there was a substantial issue, as well as its decision at the de novo hearing. The later decision was an abuse of discretion because it was not in accordance with the law, end quote, and that the commission had engaged in, quote, revisionist legal interpretations, end quote. Additionally, the courts concluded that, quote, completion of the few remaining parcels in Tract 1804 would not be precedent setting for other future development. Furthermore, the original developer of Tract 1804, in coordination with the Coastal Commission, dedicated 90% of the project's land to the county to be permanently deeded as open space. Additionally, the developer conveyed 4 lots to the CCSD and provided substantial funding for the construction of a water storage tank for the benefit of all Cambria residents, including those who have opposed Tract 1804 building applications in the past. The purpose of these concessions was to provide a contractual win-win for all Tract 1804 lot owners and the community. It is imperative that this contractual agreement be upheld. At a time when there are issues of real consequence in our county, state, country, and world, I ask those who may dispute our request, with all due respect and with great appreciation for their tireless work and dedication in the community, to please stand down and allow our family to build without further hassle or harassment. The courts have been clear. There is no substantial issue in regard to Tract 1804 homes being built, and opinions to the contrary lack legal merit. I look forward to once again being your humble neighbor, fellow community activist, and friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody online?
No.
Okay. Anybody else in-house? All right, so we don't have a motion for this. No action. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. If this board chooses to contest or not issue the intent to serve letter, will serve letter, that would have to be agendized as a separate item. So doing nothing now or is just we're just noting it and it's going through.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's go to our manager reports. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll start with some of the questions on why I was at a coastal commission here for quite a while. There was an agenda item for vegetation management from Slow Brazil that was dealing with 86,000 acres across the central coast. And that was important to me in terms of that moving forward for that agenda item, because it has to do a lot with, what we deal with here in Cambria, whether it be Fern Canyon, Fiscalini Ranch, some of our lots, working with the Fire Safe Council and their grant that they're helping fund with us. It was an important item. Additionally, when I was hired, one of the first things that this board told me to do was to repair our relationship with the Coastal Commission. So I went and met our commissioner, Mr. Christopher Lopez, and shook his hand, introduced myself along with Dr. Carol Hart. I'll have to relook that up, but introduced myself to her. I spoke with Kevin Kahn at the Coastal Commission, and I took myself to a little bit of Coastal Commission school on how they run their meetings. And so it was very informative. And so that's why I was there. And I stuck it out the whole meeting. I was there with Miss Galloway from the NCAC because she had an appeal. So I got to watch an appeal process, a few appeal processes from start to finish, which was really interesting. And we will find ourselves in a very similar situation soon. And so I wanted to see how, those processes went. So that's why I was at the Coastal Commission. That agenda item did pass for that, what I would call a coastal development permit for the vegetation management. That passed unanimously. The appeal on Sherwood Drive was denied unanimously without much discussion. So there's an update there. I know Director Dean is the liaison to the Coastal Commission, but she didn't attend. So that's my brief update for her.
I did watch.
She did watch. So on to my general manager report. And again, along the same discussion topic with the Coastal Commission, and has been mentioned with public comment, we have started including protocol level biological surveys for our water reclamation facility. Now, we've done biological monitoring per the AMP, and you've heard Mr. Merck come in and explain the difference between our AMP level protocols versus what a protocol level survey is. When we started engaging in conversations with the Coastal Commission on the claim that we had stopped biological monitoring, or we weren't doing that, which wasn't true because we were doing it for our AMP. I kept prodding the question on why those statements were being made, and those statements were made in an email saying that we were stopping our biological monitoring, and I was confused. I said, I don't understand why you keep saying that. And here's the link to our webpage, which I've shared with the public. Here's all of our reports dating back to, was it 2017? And then the topic of protocol level surveys. And as Mr. Merck explained, protocol level surveys are almost to show a negative finding where we already know that certain things exist, like the red-legged frog, tidewater gobbly. So regardless, we know they exist. So we started doing those protocol level surveys to get ahead of these things when we eventually get to the Coastal Commission. So I'm happy to share that we're continuing to do those. We have those reports on the website available for the public so they can see them, and they've been posted. So we're not hiding them, and they're in the same place where the rest of them are. So if anybody wants to look at them, they're fully available.
Can I interrupt you though, right
Yeah.
there? I'm sorry, doing your wonderful report. Our biologists who have been tracking this over 10 years ago, this is the most development they've seen with the California red-legged frog, and the best conditions and environment they've seen out there. So even with our municipal diversion at the San Simeon Creek, the wildlife specifically with those are flourishing out there. So I'm sorry to interrupt, and thank you.
You should bring one sometime. You should bring one to a board meeting.
What is that? That would take what's that, a take permit? That's a take, yeah.
You have to bring it back, Ben. There you go.
But that's a great point, right? So we're able to demonstrate that our municipal pumping right now is not affecting that habitat, and that habitat's robust. So that's a good outcome of those biological surveys. We'll be here at the Vets Hall August 19th. You'll see some public comments there in terms of public records requests, which was rather robust this go around. We've done a pretty good job with our fire hazard fuel reduction program. That's in full swing. The chief is meeting with our contractor quite a bit. We had some discussion at the last board meeting in regards to a couple of the lots that failed in Fern Canyon and whether or not we made a mistake. I can confirm we did not make a mistake. Those lots did fail, and the chief did meet with the property owners and was able to get them to mitigate those lots and have them weed abated to acceptable standard. And so they will be removed from the fire hazard fuel reduction public's nuisance list. So that was resolved, and I was happy to find out that we didn't make a mistake, and we were able to work through it and get them weed abated. And credit to the chief for working with them. We do have a maintenance technician recruitment currently ongoing to fill that third spot, and we've still kind of working through that process. Gosh, what else? Other than that, I would like to say I'm proud of our staff and our finance team. As you looked at the fourth quarter report, a lot of our departments came in under budget and within their means. And fiscally, we're becoming a little more healthier and a little more robust. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here is trying to run the district fiscally responsibly. And I know there's been a lot of public comment about that, but our team's doing a good job on keeping our nostrils above water, so to speak. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions.
Board members, any questions, comments? No, I have a, I don't think I have anything here. No, okay. Any public comment on this report? Anything online?
Yes, Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Hey, Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 316 and one following, in the general manager's report, the following is written. CCSD remains deeply committed to science-based resource stewardship. In parallel with these monitoring efforts, we are managing 5 major grants that enhance Cambria's infrastructure, recreational amenities, and ecological sustainability. My question, what are the 5 major grants to which you refer? Thank you.
What page were you referencing, Dr. Bettenhausen?
I have typed in here 31617.
317.
317. 3.
Actually said part of.
Yeah.
I have a hard time reading the agenda and looking at the screen.
Yeah, 318, the first paragraph.
Do you find it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what does it mean? The 5 major grants that enhance, et cetera.
Give us 1 second to look at, so we've applied for several different grants, and let me see if I can find those for you. Okay, so the first one is our Cambria Community Service District Fire Apparatus Replacement. That was with Congressman Panetta. The California Fire Foundation, that's for jet ski rescue equipment for ocean emergency response. The California Fire Foundation, Fire Prevention Education Planning and Community Outreach. And then we have 2 more that we're working with utilities on.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else online?
Miss Bettenhausen raised her hand a second time.
Okay. Dr. Bettenhausen.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me a second time. I just want some clarification here. We have 3 fire department grants. I don't know if they're awarded or extended or application. And then 2 utilities, but you didn't say what they're about, the utilities, and whether they've been granted or you're, so a little more clarity rather than general statements would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll clarify on my next general manager letter
Okay.
when we finish up the grant process in terms of the narrative.
Oh,
So
I don't think she liked your answer.
she didn't like that answer. No.
Do you know the utility ones, what they are generally, Mr. Green?
Yeah, so we're working, we're about ready to get funded, actually receive that check from the EPA for that small communities grant funding. That's the $375,000 mark for the Stewart Street tank funding.
Okay.
Additionally, we have about ready to fund as well. There's just a lot of hoops and I's dotting and T's crossing you have to do for even small amounts, but we have $20,000 or $19,995 coming from the APCD for that electric vehicle charger that we installed a month ago at the plant. Additionally, associated with that is $8,000 from PG&E, which we'll get $4,000 for the one electric vehicle truck we have. When we take receipt in November, we'll get that additional $4,000 for that as well.
Are those better answers for you, Dr. Bettenhausen?
And those don't include the new ones that we're looking
Working
at.
on.
So if
Okay.
Haley has them pulled up, that water recycling funding program, but there's a lot that goes into it in terms of how we qualify for that, but that's one we're looking at. The other one is small surface water, groundwater storage projects. So.
Well, I'm just going to say that when you're managing 5 major grants, that kind of feels like they've already been that we awarded. Yeah. So that's why I think the question.
Sure, we'll rephrase it better next time.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Nope, nobody in-house. All right. Are we ready for F and R?
Mr. Geary's on vacation and I did not get an updated report from him.
Okay. When does he get back?
He's out for quite a bit. I think he's out for the next week and a half to 2 weeks.
Because we're gonna need him for our ad hoc. Okay, thank you. So, although you've been on deck a lot, let's do our finance manager report.
I'm going through the agenda and all the reports.
325.
325. I'm getting there. Oh. Difficulties. Okay, so agenda item 8C is the finance manager's report. And this expenditure report for the month of July 2025 activity was included and already discussed. It includes also the compensation for our board of directors, as well as cash balances. July is an interesting month. We have a lot of large payments going out. So you're going to see some movement in cash balances coming in from our investment funds to cover cash. I discussed it before, how our property taxes usually don't really start coming in until like September or October. So we do a little bit of cash management in that way, as well as our SST bond fund, which we're going to see a lot more payments going out in there. And with that, I will take any questions.
Hey, board members? Nope. Hey, we have any public comment in-house? How about online?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Green, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. All right, the utilities report for July. We'll start with wastewater, where we had a newer associate. He's been around for about 9 months, but Ryan Staley, he passed his Class A endorsement physical driving test and now has received that endorsement and is able to drive our vac truck. So that's fantastic. Congratulations to Ryan. That's not an easy endorsement to obtain rather. We're still experiencing issues with the grit chamber clogging. These issues stem from wipes being flushed in the collection system. Please tell a friend and they'll tell a friend not to put wipes down the toilet. We're actually going to do a little public outreach on Hotel Road there, Moonstone Beach Drive, and make sure that the cleaning services are cleaning up and then disposing of the wipes in the toilet. So we'll do a little public outreach there, probably about a month or so. Also, the wastewater collection team jetted and cleaned 7,111 lineal feet in the collection system during the month. So fantastic job to the collection teams there. In water, we had 3 pretty decent sized leaks during the month of July. They were service lines and they were replaced from main to meter. I do apologize. One of those, we had an interruption in service for a block or about a block and a half. So I apologize to those that were affected by the interruption. We also had an interruption up on Sunbury on Wednesday. That's unfortunate, but you know, anything we can do to stop unaccounted for water loss, we're going to have to take those measures, and it's kind of collateral damage. So we do apologize for the water loss, but it is an important part of repairing and, you know, reducing that unaccounted for water loss. We also put 550 feet of fiber optic line out from our radios. That's to increase communication reliability, especially as we get into stormier weather. These are radios. This is a frequency that we're trying to keep lined up. So as the wind shifts and stuff on the coast, we'll lose reliability and signal and actually communication with our SCADA devices there. So 550 lineal foot of fiber optics helps keep that communication solid and more robust. San Simeon, or a sanitary survey update, the Division of Drinking Water was out here at the end of March. They formulated the report. We reviewed that. We returned back to them our requests or edits. We finally got that final version that we're running through the Division of Drinking Water. That'll be available here shortly. There was no notice of violations. Everything was actually they've thanked us for doing such a great job. The only changes that will actually be is frequency of sampling. So some of the general minerals, the inorganics, so that's nitrate, nitrite, radiological chemicals. Sorry, that's hard to say. Those things, their frequency will go from 7 to 9 years to about 3 years. So it'll cost us more in sampling and analysis, but that's just kind of the way it goes with State Water Resources Control Board. They don't ever take away sampling or analysis. They kind of add to it. And those are constituents that aren't really of concern here. They're usually majority are non-detect, but they on the greater scope of things in the state of California are requirements. So we're just following suit with that. Also, during the month of July, we had boots on the ground for Estera. So that is our $101,000 contract. That's over 2 years. They deploy twice each year. We have boots on the ground up to 3 services. So this was our first L-band satellite travel over. That was in, I believe, March or May. When we had boots on the ground on July 11th. So we had 32 points of initial interest that they found potential leaks at. We had, along with some operational members of our staff and the boots on the ground from Estera, they confirmed 13. 7 of those were customer side leaks. So we're able to help the customers reduce their leak and their volume of consumption and they're invoicing on their bills along with that. 6 of them were on the CCSD side. As of Wednesday, we've completed repairs on all 6. Estimation on water loss when we got down to the leak and evaluated that gallon per minute loss, it looks about 1.5 to 2 acre feet a month. So what we've returned back to the system over an annual period is about 24 acre feet. Pretty big deal. It's about 5% of our total consumption. So great job to the guys for getting out there, getting after it, and getting them repaired. We'll continue on with our next L-band satellite flyover. And I think we'll do it right before the rain begins. So somewhere around November, right before Thanksgiving. And then we'll go through with boots on the ground and follow through with that soon thereafter. Stewart Street tank, the rehab finally coming. We're looking to break ground in the next week. We've had a pre-construction meeting. We've also performed public outreach from everywhere from Pine Ridge on down. There's a 500-foot sphere of influence that you have to do public outreach. We did actually a 600-foot. We went an extra block in either way, east and west, to get out and actually speaking to people in their homes and knocking on doors. And it feels kind of traveling salesman-y when you're knocking on doors. It's kind of hard to do, but we got a really good feedback from all the public out there who thanked us and think us doing a great job and appreciated that we'd go door to door and actually knock and make them aware of this. We also have signage up on both Richard and Stewart Street tanks. But again, that will be breaking ground here in the next week or so. Our San Simeon transmission line, yay, we finally got a date with Caltrans. They gave us their encroachment permit, and then we had a Zoom meeting here, I think it was Tuesday morning. So we've kind of narrowed down our scope with them, got their approval, and we're looking to do boring. And this is for utility locating and geotechnical, and that'll take place September 3rd through 5th. We're finalizing the final meter installs. As of right now, there's about 150 that remain. That should be done here in the next probably week to 10 days or so. And we'll look forward to integrating the Badger, Tyler, and Ion Water all together and hopefully rolling this out for the last couple of months of the year. As of July 29th, our San Simeon annual diversion for the year through July 29th was 25.4% of our annual total. So really low. Great job, community, for your conservation efforts. Really appreciate that. In respect for Santa Rosa, we've pulled 40.8% of our annual diversion, with 55% of the dry season being pulled since May. So that's all I have for the updates there, and I'm ready to take any of your questions you have.
Board members? Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I just want to ask a couple of things of Mr. Green. First off, on page 329, I'd like to know how that particular photo was taken.
Drone.
Okay, drone. Well, not being that on top of things like that, I didn't realize that that's the only way that could have been done. So thank you. It's pretty scary to me. I said, I don't want to get on a roller coaster that's that high. So, okay.
One of our operators has a drone, so we've been taking pictures as we kind of unearth and get in, just so we have kind of something to compare and contrast to after we're done. So we've got a picture of an open hole, so we've been taking pictures with drone to kind of give some model to scale in case we ever have to go back underground again to get that. But yeah, this is actually about 350 feet above the surface there. So
Right.
yeah, that would have been a heck of a ladder
Yeah.
to get up there. But I think
Yeah.
we've got a crane that'll go about half that high right now at the plant, as you can see in the picture there. But yeah.
Okay. So did I just hear you mention that you might be beginning construction on the Stewart Street tanks this coming week? Did you just say that?
Correct. So yeah, they'll start to delineate their staging area, which is as you face the tank from Stewart to the left. We have those two lots to the left. They'll begin delineation by setting up perimeter fencing so they can store materials and things like that inside and lock them up and have some security to them. And then they'll begin removing that retaining wall, that little 4-foot pony wall that's there. That'll start to come out. And so you'll really start to see some of the heavier construction and the noise impacts begin the last week of August.
Okay. So also you mentioned here on page 338 that there was a kickoff meeting for the project stakeholders for the Stewart Street tanks on August the 4th, which is like a week ago. So how did that go?
Fantastic. So we're going to use what's called Procore. This is all from our construction management. So all of our documents, all of our requests will go into this Procore, and it'll be kind of a filing location. I mean, you can shoot out work orders from there, but it'll basically be like a retention place for all of our documents and stuff like that. So we'll have all of our permits, all of the hopefully no change orders, all of our work orders, anything related to this will be stored in this Procore software.
That'll probably help with the grant.
Yes. So reporting back to that, yeah, what was done, that'll tremendously help. So yeah, we're actually looking at it internally to help perhaps look at the work order placement and stuff like that in the future. But right now we started with the Procore and then establishing who's coming in at what times. And this includes, so County Emergency Radios is also on site there. They rent that little building from us in front. So that takes some coordination. They have a backup generator that's on propane. So that tank has to be moved. They also have their antenna for all their emergency communications on the first tank that we're going to remove and rehabilitate, of course. So we have to align them. So this is kind of getting all the stakeholders involved in delineating times for, when they need to be activated or, come in and do that. So
Also, on page 342, you just referenced the pilot project for the ZLD, zero liquid discharge. So I wanted to ask you two things. First off, how did the visit go to Coalinga?
Mm-hmm. So that was for the Pleasant Valley Water District, where they have overdraft 80,000 acre feet. So they obviously have water quality problems there with VOCs, SOCs. So they have a desalination unit there, and the Trevi unit or the Global Water Innovation Unit is there. Obviously ZLDing there, and it was in full operation there. The pilot that they had there is a 20-foot trailer. So that was processing at approximately 25 gallons per minute. And what we're trying to glean from that is I'm getting their analysis from Permeate and some of the other metrics in there and just kind of comparing that to what we'll need here. But it went very well. There was Division of Drinking Water and State Water Resource Control Board engineers there. So it was a good conversation and it was a great meet. I think I lost about 5 pounds because it was about 105 and we were out in the sun for about an hour. But it was a very good network and nice to meet some of the State Water Resources Control Board members who are really taking a look into the ZLD technology and obviously some of these areas to make less cumbersome or less, monetary feasible for some of these CLD features for a lot of the other agencies in California.
So you said that Pleasant Valley has a facility that's operating right now that takes advantage of the ZLD. Is that what you're saying?
Just a pilot run. So they have a desal unit there that's again,
Desal
not,
unit,
not
right.
financially feasible to operate because there's nowhere to take brine out there. So yeah, this is part of that pilot to help make this financially feasible out there. But yeah, 80,000 acre feet they've overdrafted out there. So it's quite a problem.
Also, I noticed, and I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to scroll there fast enough, but with regard to the San Simeon well levels, they've kind of leveled. Oh, here we go. Basically on page 320, excuse me,
Should be down like
354,
380,
353.
340.
Well, it looks like page 353.
Mhm.
So the well levels, it's decreased a little bit, but so you're using more water right now, obviously from Santa Rosa Creek, right?
This is our time, yeah, where we kind of rest the San Simeon well field and utilize Santa Rosa. This is our version of aquifer management right here. So we monitor daily, sometimes every 15 minutes where the WBE levels are as we're drawing down or diverting from SR4. And we have seen a little impact, but not much. So that's why our San Simeon levels look so well. Again, our dry season for the Santa Rosa withdrawals are from May through October. So we're only looking to pull another maybe 100 acre feet or operate that for another about 2 months. But yeah, well levels are in the upper 75th percentile. So I give a lot of credit to our community for their conservation. And then, I'd like to give our water operators and my superintendent staff kudos for good aquifer management well.
Okay, and just one more thing. You said that the San Simeon transmission line, going to start working on that in early September.
We are going to do borings, so geotechnical borings to see what kind of materials or, surfaces underneath there, and then also utility locating. So just the borings for the engineering for this. We are not breaking ground on this project as of yet.
All right.
Yeah, these are all data gathering and exploratory searching for engineering. Right now, we have about 65% engineering on this. When we do this utility locating and geotechnical analysis, we can get up to that 90% drawings there, and then we'll be shovel ready.
All right, you probably already related that, and
But
okay. Let me just say this much, Mr. Gendis. You had to answer a lot of questions this time. You often do, but I just want to thank you, man, for just being totally on top of all the information that we need that you provide. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Farmer. I appreciate that. It's nice to hear that.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, and thank you, President Scott, and thank you, Director Farmer, for covering most of the questions. And just one other question on page 341 on the Cambria Skate Park project. We heard earlier from Mrs. Amade and Mr. Clark. How well positioned are we to get that RFP out there once we see the money in the bank?
The general manager back on that one.
Hunting. I think we're in a good position. So I've spoken to Mr. Clark, and obviously before the board directs us to go to RFP, I've spoke to Mr. Clark and said, we just need to see that the bank statements are there. That's probably gonna be the most prudent thing, is show the bank statements with the money in his Edward Jones account. And once we verify that, I think we're in a good position to go to RFP. So once the board directs us to go to RFP, we more than likely will outsource that RFP. So we've talked about an agenda review that we think that RFP should be crafted outside of staff, just to be really thorough. And then per protocol, I would say that RFP will then be brought through the ad hoc committee. Or I believe once we go to RFP, the ad hoc committee is complete. I'll defer, but
Once we get the RFP out there, and I believe we get the results of the RFP.
okay, so we bring the RFP to the ad hoc, then I'm sure the RFP will go to R&I or Parks and Rec.
I don't think it needs to go to either. I think once it goes through the board ad hoc, it can come to the board.
Okay. So if that's the direction we'll go, then once we get it through the ad hoc, the various different RFPs, then we'll bring it to the board and we should be in a good position
I think we have tentatively have it on September.
to direct us to go to RFP.
Yes.
And then from there,
Yes.
once we get the results in, bring it to the ad hoc. And then I would imagine October is when we bring it back to the board for selection. With that said, to set some realistic expectations on the construction, we're heading into the wet season. And so I've spoken with Mr. Green. We probably won't see breaking ground until 2026, until we hit the right season, because it'll end up costing us more trying to do anything in the wet season than it would just to start fresh during the correct weather. So
That might be discussions for the people who are responding to the RFP too.
correct. It's just our experience with the several construction projects that Mr. Green's dealt with.
I don't think the RFP itself needs to come before the ad hoc committee. I think the results of the RFP need to come to the ad hoc committee.
That's what I meant, Director Dean. I apologize.
Yeah.
Did you have something else, Mr. Director Farmer?
Yes, I did. First off, I just want to also compliment Director Dean for almost always knowing everything that we need to know. So thank you. Thank you, Karen. I wanted to ask you one more thing, Mr. Green. And this is something that people talk about, not so much on social media, but folks that are concerned about the ZLD, zero liquid discharge. So you just reported on the visit that you took to Coalinga, but people are wondering, well, what happened to the visit? I believe I'm correct on this, that was supposed to take place to Piru, but it didn't happen because their pilot project failed. So maybe you can give some clarification on that.
Sure. So first of all, I was never scheduled to go to Piru or never said I was going to Piru to evaluate it. What happened in Piru over a year ago? So with the ZLD, there's like a forward osmosis thing, and there's a chemical that like it's used. So it's DME, it's dimethyl. I'll get to that in a second. It's hard for me. It's like 16 syllables. Anyways, DME is a chemical used to extract certain chemicals from another compound. So like in cannabis, they use that to extract the CBD and so forth. This is also what they've used for, they do it in, anyways. So the manufacturer went out of business, so they couldn't provide the DME to Global Water Innovations. So at that point, that plant had shut down, ceased operation until they could find that chemical constituent to keep the processing going. No fault of Global Water Innovations on its own. This is a chemical manufacturer that went out of business and this had nothing to do with Global Water Innovations or Trevi or any of that. So when they went to fire back up this plant, agency operations had filled there, but would imagine like our old brine was a little bit heavier than water, had some solids in this. What they had actually put in there was untreated wastewater. So when they went to fire up that ZLD operations without anybody from Trevi or Global Water Innovations there, they essentially just destroyed that machine. So it was inoperable. It needed a bunch of cleaning to get put back online. So that was kind of the nexus of what happened there.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Any other board members, comments, questions? I just have, and this, I'm really sorry about this, but lots and lots of people are complaining about their bills. And my bill was twice what it was last month. So, I know the answer is my bill last month was lower than it usually is. And my bill this month is twice what it was, or 2 months later was twice what it was. So can you just talk a little bit about those kind of calls that you're getting and what you're telling people?
First and foremost, I think we've had a couple singular billing issues, but also we're taking 2 different meter reads and trying to integrate those two. So one would have been low, one would have been higher. Also, Their new meters, their new endpoints, they're more accurate. They're reading as they should. So if your bill's higher, you're welcome for the free water for those years.
I can touch base on that. Also, there was a small amount of overall residential homes that had this issue. It's a part of us migrating over to the AMI water meter. So there's approximately, according to Ms. Fritz and talking to Mrs. Torres, administrative office, there's about 60 of these homes that had a lower bill 1 month. They didn't get all those units applied to that bill, and then the AMI caught it on the next cycle. So there's a little bit of sticker shock there. And we started catching it. And we started getting the phone calls, and Mr. Steck at the or Scott at the office was getting those calls from the 60 residents. He's done a very good job explaining to them. And he made a slight joke. They don't call when the bill's low.
Yeah.
So nobody called us to say, hey, my bill's not what it normally is.
Yeah.
But they definitely call when it is more than it should be. And so he just explained, he's like, you definitely had a lower bill last month. And like, oh yeah, it was rather low. He's like, well, we're just playing catch up. So it's an unfortunate side effect of this migration. But once we make that move over and get that migration done, we should see consistent bills from here on out. We can talk about discussing releasing it monthly versus bi-monthly. And then, as Mr. Green noted, when I went to a CSD chapter meeting down in Napomo, Napomo Community Service District had done the same thing. They started shifting to AMI, and they saw about a 10% more efficient read, meaning the customer base was paying 10% more. So there's actually a 10% increase in revenues from the water side from more accurate readings. So we anticipate to get these calls because the meters are under reading, and you'll start to see higher bills, which means we're capturing that at the actual water usage. Downside is public may not be all that happy about it. The benefit is it will help revenues and eventual replacement of the brass bodies that'll come. So.
Also, to put in perspective, out of the near 4,000 that we've installed, we've had one endpoint that failed.
Oh, wow.
So it's a pretty good percentage there of efficacy.
Hey, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Just a quick question to follow up on that. The when these head units are put in, you're just talking now about the not about the body meter bodies, but the actual reading units are more accurate.
Yes.
And so it's like just it isn't about all the the mechanisms inside the brass body. Those could also be underreporting too. So there's two aspects of the meter that underreport.
Indeed. And that's why, in about a year from now, we'll start with that 1,000 at a time brass replacement then, and we'll see. We've taken a couple meters apart to make sure it was the endpoint versus, the positive displacement, the physical meter of it inside. And we were quite impressed with the meters that we pulled apart, the actual brass bodies. They were very clean on side. There wasn't any sanded debris or grit. And I still feel like the majority of these are the positive displacement meters are within their 1± % of accuracy. I think our true problem really was with the endpoints of the head units.
Thank you.
You had a member of the public raise their hand a minute ago.
Yeah, but you can't do it yet because we aren't taking public comment yet.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
No, I didn't want you to miss it.
No, I saw it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So anything more from the board members? Nope. Okay. So we have one in-house, Ms. Heinrichs. Just a minute. No.
Okay,
Good.
okay, yes, thank you for that report, and I'm excited to hear about the sterile leak detection system. There's another item for $10,000 in that after the district paid $101,000. Is that for the repairs that you had to do? And the June expenditure report notes that the district paid $26,850 for 2 electric charging stations. One's at the wastewater treatment plant. Where's the other one? And I also noticed that the district's PG&E bill is up over $54,000 this month. Is that a reflection of using these chargers? Maybe it's time to think about going to solar.
No, maybe it's just me, but I pay attention to PG&E bills. We just had a huge rate increase that was to the tune of like 17 to 20% for commercial. And that's the increase that you see. No, if it was $14,000 a month to power up an electric truck, we'd never do it. So that wouldn't be yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any other public comment? Yes, please.
Oh, can I clarify too? So we've paid to Astera $45,500 in total so far.
Okay. These are the people who,
That was the satellite leak detection
Yes.
company. Yeah.
Okay.
So that'll be split over 2 years for the 101,000. We have
Oh.
not paid 101,000,
okay.
just
Thank you.
45. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I have two questions.
Your
and
name is?
Margie Predecessor,
Thank you. And you're a Cambria
resident.
Yes.
And have been for over 20 years. My question is in regards to what our general manager just said right now about the skate park. He just said that it's not going to be into 2026. And so my question to the board is, we know the community is anxious to get this work going. And this is August 14th. So we're saying August, September, October, November, December. Nothing's going to be done between now and then. My second question is, he also said that he wanted to outsource the RFP. Is there a cost involved in this? And how much would that be? And where would that money be coming from? And you know that those of us who all worked very hard on raising this money, that the money was to build the skate park. And we also have the maintenance fund that was already put aside for that. We're wondering what you were how you were going to address this to us, the community members that have worked really hard to raise this money. And I'm just not really clear why we need to outsource a bid. We have many, many contractors that are just like itching to go. And we want to get the bids out. And we understand if they are saying that, as Director Dean said, that it would be up to them to decide, but we do know that a drought is also predicted again for this next coming year. So I think that the community is really anxious. That's why we work so hard to make sure that the money is there. The money is there. We're ready to go. We'd like to know why my question is, why do we need these delays? Why are they necessary? That would be nice for you to ask that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to touch base on that again, President
Yes,
Scott?
please.
Okay. So we remember the East Ranch Community Park restroom, and when we were able to target its installation was towards the end of the wet season. And even then we had a delay because we had rain coming in it's the same thing with the skate park. As we head into this RFP, we're going to be heading into the wet season and construction is difficult. And I mean, Mr. Green will touch base on it, but it can be problematic when you start construction in the wet season. That's just common. It happens with homes all the time. My brother-in-law is building a home in Wisconsin, and it's all on hold because they hit several storms. So, I mean, these things happen. So hopefully there's not any delays, but we'll talk with those who bid on the project and what they think they can do in terms of weather. And so I'm just saying, let's be ready for potential delays into where construction might not happen until 2026. That's all I'm saying. As far as the RFP goes, Mr. Carmel could touch base on it as he did in agenda review, but it could be a complicated RFP when we talk about a private-public partnership, and there's been discussion of in-kind donations, so it just needs probably to be outsourced. That's going to be a fairly minimal cost, and I would assume the district from our side is willing to pay that minimal cost for the RFP. We're not going to ask the Skate Cambria or anybody else to go fundraise for the RFP.
Yeah.
So we'll take care of the RFP from the district side.
Yes. Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott, and thank you, General Manager McElhaney, and also thank you, Ms. Predecessor. And uh, I'm recalling at one of the pros committee meetings, maybe it was April or May, we had quite a gathering of folks commenting on the skate park, and I don't remember the number. It was something like a half a dozen very articulate comments from the public saying, go out to RFP right now so we can construct this during the dry season, because it would cost, and several of them said it would probably cost at least 30 grand more if we have to do the mitigations needed to construct this during the wet season. So we've got to get this built in the dry season. So that's certainly stuck in my brain. And I believe, Margie, you were there at that meeting. So that's clear. And again, back to the time machine. I wish we had the RFP, the funds raised and all this. And I wish that cement truck were finished and rolling off site right now, but it isn't. And so this is one of those we're clearly it looks like we're getting on the bike and riding this as hard and fast as we can, but keeping it in the lanes. So that's just my 2 cents worth, is that there's plenty of understanding of why let's not start construction in the wet season. That would drive costs up.
I'm just going to say something too, and it's not because I'm sticking up for Mr. McElhaney, but he doesn't want to make promises that he can't keep in the next 2 to 3 months. If the RFP gets done real quickly and it gets out there and we have people who are bidding and they come in and they say, no problem, we can do it for this no matter what, then we go forward. But we don't make those kind of statements because they get thrown back in our face later on. So I once again, and I said this during a previous agenda item, please just trust us to do what we need to do, and we will do the very best we can. And I'll keep on him. I promise. That doesn't make any difference, but I will. Okay. So, but thank you for your input. Okay. Any other in-house public comment? Any online?
Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Okay, Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to rehearse what I said at the last, second to the last meeting, and that is that on the simplest of format of use of the simplest version of the CCSD data, in January, February, we lost 18.41% of the water. In the next 2 months, March and April, we lost 20.44. And in May and June, we lost 28.75% of the pumped water. Now, I realized that I might be in my elderly years getting slow on this. But on the other hand, these are fairly clear statements of the rise in the unaccounted for water that is pumped, but is not running through meters. Mr. Green referred to water loss water as being 18,000 gallons. This is all projection, however, we don't really know what was lost in these 6 meters that are commercial meters. But I would like to say that I am going to request public documents, whatever there is, that support the reading in the billing summary and the water diverted. I'm going to request any other public documents that might disclose as Mr. Green and Ms. Fritz now talk to each other on the screen. I am going to disclose whatever, ask you to disclose whatever other documents exist. I want to know how much water we are pumping and how much water we are using and what accounts for the gap. I would have thought that it was going down as we put in these new meters, but it's not. It's going up. And so I don't request any response necessarily today. I just want to alert you that I am going to look for public records request and make appointments to talk with Mr. Green directly and perhaps with Mr. McElhaney in the second place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. So you don't have to respond, she said. She'll be contacting you. Okay? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, President
Vice
Scott, and
President
I
on the-
apologize, but I just wanted to point out, many times we've said, like, what is SWCA? Yeah, we've looked it up. I went to the website and everyone was saying, well, we don't know what it stands for. And reading a little detail at the top of page 350, there it is. SWCA is Stephen W. Carruthers Associates, the environmental consulting firm. So, and I thought, well, wait a minute. So I started looking back, and way back in February, it was in there. So, yeah, I remember last year not knowing that. So thank you for finding that. Many of us looked and good.
Thank you for reading the last page of the report. I really appreciate that. Seriously.
Okay. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Right. So thank you very much for all your reports and for answering all of our questions. Okay. So we can go to agenda item grouping board member committee and liaison reports, and all those reports are in your board packet. Is there anything that you want to ask about or comment on in those reports? Yes.
So, since our general manager attended the Coastal Commission meeting and reported on the things, and I normally only report when there's things relating to us, would you like a written report or will you just accept a general manager's verbal report?
Well, I would accept his report, but it's up to the rest of the board.
Does the board want a written report or are you happy with just getting Mr. McElhaney's excellent report?
I'd be happy to do a short written report if you want it.
I think you should.
Okay.
Very short.
Done.
Okay.
I mean, it's worth the 8 hours I was there. I should
Yeah.
definitely write something.
Okay. And missed my appointment with you.
This is true.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Director Farmer.
Well, that would be especially good because some people have questioned, why was he there for 8 hours? So at least they could do is write a report.
And there you go.
Fair enough, Director.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, good. Okay. Let's.
Invite public comment on this.
The yes.
Staff would be,
What-
sorry, the committee reports.
Do we have any public comment on the committee reports? Thank you for reminding. Yes.
On the ad hoc committees, I was just wondering if the leader of us, the skate park, Julie Amadei, will be added to the ad hoc committee because now we have the money and we have what we need to do. And
That wasn't a report that you can speak on right now, but
okay.
Just ask us later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this was the piece. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hey, anybody else? Public comment? No? Okay. Okay. Future agenda items. Oh, is there anybody online?
No.
Okay, good. Future agenda items. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you. Thank you, President Scott. I'd like to put on the agenda for September, if possible, the possibility of the board actually approving a resolution supporting Cambria being a sanctuary community.
We'll take that to agenda review.
Thank you. And also, I just want to mention that I had just received my, summons for jury duty, and it just so happens that it's for the week of September 8th. So there's a possibility, I don't know how slight, but there's a possibility that, I might be tied up that week at some point, so I may not make it to the next meeting. So I thought I'd mention it now as opposed to letting you know that week. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Potential future agenda items? Okay, I would like to add a future agenda item to the September agenda, which would be the election of the position of Vice President for the board. Vice President Thomas has asked me to accept his withdrawal from the position of Vice President on the board. He hopes to avoid the mere perception of a conflict of interest because of his long-term work with FFRP while we sort out CCSD's relationship with the ranch related to ongoing maintenance. Thank you. Hey, anything else about public comment on this? Yes, I got you.
Yes, I'd like to repeat the request from this morning that the board consider the resolution that was proposed by a group of us. Thank you.
And I do have a question about that. So do you you want us to consider putting on the agenda that exact resolution?
You mean as was proposed this morning?
Yeah.
That was read in length? Is that what you're referring
Yeah,
to?
it was read into the record.
I believe that we, as a board, have an option as to how to phrase what resolution we would make. But I hope whatever our statement is would certainly be similar in intention as to what the many members of our community presented this morning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does that make any sense, what I
Yes.
just said?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yes, Margie, you had something for future agenda items?
Yes, on the September agenda, we will have the skate park on the agenda.
I'm not sure. Is it on the agenda? I think we have a placeholder for an RFP, but we're not sure.
We have a placeholder pending the documentation
Right.
that we would need to create a sufficient enough staff report to demonstrate that the money has been acquired.
I
Yeah.
think the public would appreciate that, to have an update on, especially because.
You know what, Margie? We will do it as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Any other public comment? How about online?
Yes, Crosby and Laura Swartz.
Okay, the Schwartzes?
Yes, excuse me, it's Laura Swartz again, Cambria resident. Yesterday, we also sat through the Coastal Commission from beginning to end, very long meeting. The one thing that they brought up for a large part of the meeting is that their vacation rentals are like 4% of the amount of housing up there is what they're proposing. And ours here in Cambria, from what I understand, if I know math, is like at 8%. Why do we have so many vacation rentals in proportion to the homes? And it's just, should that be I know the county's in control of that, but should that be something that we should be talking about, since the rental, there's so few rentals, as Mr. Farmer knows, in this town. Why are we at 8% if we have like 330 vacation rentals with 4,000 homes. Why is it so high and can we speak about that? Thank you.
I think you can discuss it, but it's not within our jurisdiction. And so we really can't have an agenda item that isn't within our jurisdiction. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Carmel?
It's a land use county issue, but I'll let Mr. Carmel chime in, but
Okay.
it's the county manages that and we don't have any jurisdiction in or land use.
That's an accurate reply.
Thank you. Okay.
By the way, President Scott, I just want to mention, having watched that portion of the meeting yesterday where the Coastal Mission reflected on short-term vacation rentals and homestays in Big Sur, and it was like 4 hours. It was really, it just went on like forever. And finally, the item that had to do with Cambria came on at about 20 to 8, something like that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, my goodness. So what we need to do is adjourn to closed session. So Mr. Carmel, will you please announce the closed session? He's muted. And then I'll take public comment.
You'd think I figured this out by now. Thank you, Madam President. The board will now adjourn to closed session for a performance evaluation of the general manager pursuant to Government Code Section 54.957B. Thank you.
Thank you. And so let's take public comment on that agenda item. Ms. Heinrichs?
Thank you. Yes, I asked the board to reflect on whether Mr. McElhaney is carrying out their policy goals and whether he is serving in the best interests of Cambria. The comments you've heard in today's meeting should give you several areas to discuss: the skate park, the EWS, SWF, WRF, CDP, and the project itself, and Cambria's financial management. His continued tenure and holding a second job should move toward resolution, choosing either Cambria or his other position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Okay. So let's go ahead and adjourn to closed session. You may have 10 minutes, yes. We'll be there at 3:20, yeah.